And now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, September 17th, 2024 at 6 p.m. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Kulyas,
Here.
Commissioner Eisner,
Here.
Commissioner Kulianis,
Here.
Commissioner DiDonato.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Father Athanasios Charos, Cathedral Dean at St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral here in Tarpon Springs. Please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, let us pray to the Lord. Lord, have mercy. O Lord our God, you created us and brought us into this life and have said that apart from me you can do nothing. In faith we embrace these words as we gather this evening and entreat your blessing upon your servants. Look with mercy upon the Board of Commissioners of Tarpon Springs. Grant unto them the grace to know and to do your will. Let them serve all the citizens with truth and righteousness. Inspire them with the courage to make and uphold the laws for this glorious city and for the good of all who reside therein. Give to our city officials the spirit of wisdom, patience, love, and understanding, that they may discern the truth and impartially administer. Keep them safe and healthy in mind and body, so that they may fulfill their responsibility. Grant to all the civil authorities and residents of Tarpon Springs, as well as those who labor for the city, the power to make this government continue to work, so that all may prosper and live together in peace. For you are the King of peace, and to you we send up glory, to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, now and forever, and to the ages of ages. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
And now we will be doing a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month. Will the Aguirre family please come up? And here to accept the award or the proclamation, we have Juan Aguirre, owner of Don Taco Mexican Restaurant, wife Lisa, daughters Maria and Annarella, son Alan, parents Mr. Felipe Aguirre and Maria Aguirre, and sisters Monica and Maria Aguirre. And before I start, I want to make sure you guys check out the Don Taco Mexican restaurant. It's been here for several years now. I personally like the carnita tacos and the beef empanadas. You can definitely see them on First Friday as well as their store, and go pick some up. And they actually have a new location that's going to be opening up fairly soon. That's right across the street from their original location. So here we go. The City of Tarpon Springs, Florida proclamation. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month, known as Mes de Herencia Hispana, is celebrated nationwide from September 15th through October 15th each year. And whereas Hispanic explorers, pioneers, and settlers established missions and settlements that became some of America's most important urban and cultural centers. And whereas Hispanic academics, scientists, and entrepreneurs have greatly enhanced our way of life in the fields of science, technology, politics, the arts, philanthropy, and other important areas, and continue to meet new challenges and responsibilities with dignity and a creative spirit. And whereas Hispanic Americans throughout the nation, because of their energetic commitment to hard work and determination to participate fully in the American dream, provide strength and inspiration to us all. And whereas the City of Tarpon Springs acknowledges the Hispanic heritage and the indelible place it holds in the heart and soul of our nation. And National Hispanic Heritage Month reminds us that the American identity is a fabric of diverse traditions and stories woven together. Now, therefore, I, Panagiotis Kulyas, by virtue of the authority vested in me as acting mayor of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. Here you go, the Aguirre family. Here you go, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, please. I also say good evening, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for giving this beautiful present to our family. And we've been here in this community for 21 years already. And I hope so. It's a beautiful community. We like to stay forever. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's all right. Gooey check. That's okay, don't worry about it. Thank you. I'll get it. Very good. Sorry.
We will now go to the special presentations. Item 2, Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Presenting the item will be Courtney Wright, Senior Planner, Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council.
Hello. Put the presentation on.
We'll have staff come over and help
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Like, I don't want to mess with your computer.
Mark, is it on here?
It should be.
Nothing on this. Yeah, it's not.
Renee's here, y'all from.
It's, it didn't get loaded into the agenda. Not in a folder, it's inside the.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so you can just scroll this.
Got
way.
it.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks.
And the pointer does work, so if you need to plug anything.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for helping me do that. My name is Courtney Wright. I'm the Senior Planner with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. I'm here to talk about the new government liaison program that we have. I am the government liaison for the city of Tarpon Springs, so I'll tell you a little bit more about the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and the services we offer, and about a project that I am currently working on. So I just want to thank Commissioner Koulianis for his leadership. We have been able to do a lot of great things. I've been able to come to the city. He showed me the city hall, met with the planning department, sustainability folks. I actually just did a couple weeks ago, went to your reverse osmosis plant and saw some of your solar. So that was really interesting. We did it with all of the Pinellas County Sustainability and Resiliency Network. So it's really cool seeing a lot of the stuff that you're doing, and it's related to a lot of what I'm doing at the Regional Planning Council. So thank you for your hospitality. So the mission of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is to serve our citizen and member governments by providing a forum to foster communication, coordination, and collaboration, and identifying and addressing needs regionally. So we are one of 10 regional planning councils in the state of Florida. We're a special district of the government, so we are state represented. The state has said that we are a special district government, so we are one of 10 across the state of Florida. And these are our now officers. We will have a new slate of officers coming in December, but these are our current ones. So we are across 6 counties. So we represent from Citrus County all the way to Manatee County, and we now have 23 municipalities that are on our board. We just added 2 this past year, and also representatives from the Florida Department of Transportation, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and the Southwest Florida Water Management District. So really our focus areas as Planning Council is economic development, emergency preparedness, environmental planning, planning technologies, and really our biggest focus is resiliency planning in the region. So what we do is regional government liaison program, like why I'm here, and then the planning support and technical services that we provide, and also regional convening. So we have committees and initiatives that we work at a regional scale across those 6 counties and 32 municipalities. So a little bit about the government liaison program. We're really trying to grow partnerships with our member governments. One thing that we have done is started working with Madeira Beach on some planning. And it's great because it's something that we haven't been able to do yet. So we're really connecting with our governments and helping them with things that they need. We're also getting a deeper understanding of what each community and local government is, the processes and what their special needs are, their specific needs are. And we're really gaining a regional knowledge for this environmentally and growth management and other issues that are becoming priorities in our area. And we've also been able to go to different community events and be able to understand each community, its unique characteristics. Wrong way. So some of the planning support and technical services that we do at the council is training capacity building, scenario planning, greenhouse gas analysis, hazard vulnerability assessments, and local mitigation, just for a couple. And we use some different technical tools. One thing that's really great is that we're always trying to find what's next, the next best thing. So we're always trying to grow how we can help our region overall, and what is going to be the next best technology or anything like that to help our member governments. And one thing that we always like to tell our member governments is that as a public agency, you can directly contract with us on different projects. So there's no need for public procurement. So if it's a cost effectiveness or source of funding is limited, we're willing to work with you guys on helping in any projects that you need. So I want to highlight one specific project that I'm working on. Here are some of the projects. We do a lot of great things at the Planning Council. And one that I work on currently is called Clean Air at Tampa Bay. It's our first regional climate action plan. I know that you guys are starting to work on your climate action plan at the city. I've been able to talk with Holly, your new sustainability coordinator, a bunch. She's actually in the picture on this slide. She was at my last meeting. But this is the first regional greenhouse gas climate action plan that we have as the region. So it's setting priorities. It's a community-wide climate action plan. So we're setting priorities. We have a greenhouse gas inventory, implementation-ready projects, projections, and looking at low-income and disadvantaged communities and how we can best put projects in those areas to help those people in need. So it's a really focus on the Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater metropolitan statistical area. So that's Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, and Hernando. So just those 4 counties. But we're looking at a regional approach to reduce emissions and through projects, programs, and policies. We're currently working on the next kind of thing for it. The EPA funded us. It's a 4-year project. And our next climate action plan, our biggest one, will be published in 2025, December 1st of 2025. Oops, I keep going the wrong way. So some of our committees that we do are now called the Agencies on Bay and Coastal Management, where we have extended it down to Sarasota County. The Tampa Bay Regional Resiliency Coalition, which is where I work indirectly, Stormwater Committee, and Local Emergency Planning Committee as well. So our next meeting will be on October 14th, and I'm sure I will see you there because you're always there. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I can always connect you with anybody.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Kulianis?
Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Thanks for coming
Yeah.
and doing this demonstration for us. Now, we invited Courtney to come. She brought Kara Kara, what's her last name?
Kara Wood-Sarah.
Yeah, Kara.
Yeah.
They came to see our sustainability plan. Holly and Tommy gave them a presentation. And then on top of that, we took them down to the docks and got them something to eat because
Nice.
now This is bribery at its best because the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council gives out an award for the best sustainability plan in the Tampa Bay area, and we want to win it. So anybody else who wants to come for Greek food, we take them down and feed them and show them our plan because the plan is great. And I hope you liked it, and anything you can do to help us win that award, we want it.
I'll talk
right.
to Ren. She does all the word stuff, but
All right.
I'll see what I can do.
Well, give us a good word. So, thank you. Hey, thanks for
Thank you.
coming tonight.
Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you. Who funds this?
The Planning Council?
Yes.
So our member governments pay dues. So every year from our counties and cities, they pay into this. So they give us dues and we provide them services for that. So yeah, that's how it is funded.
Would you say this is predominantly sustainability?
So we focus a lot on resiliency, but sustainability is becoming kind of a big thing that we're doing as well because we got this funding from the EPA to do this regional climate action plan. We also have our regional resiliency action plan, which identifies a lot of sustainability in it. But having this regional, climate action plan that we're doing is looking at it from this large scale and not only helping all the populations, but also helping municipalities figure out like where can we get funding. That's one of the big things that we want to do with this is how can we get funding to do these large scale projects or like to get individual funding to your area. And that's going to be one of our bigger things. And when we're doing this comprehensive climate action plan that's due next year, that's exactly one of the things we have to do is find other funding sources and how to leverage those. And, really about working with the governments in this MSA, which is one of you guys, to find ways to reduce our emissions.
Well, while I was in Florida League of Cities, there's quite a few not-for-profit grant writers who are happy to work with you and give you, get funds. So I'm brought it with me this time, and I'm going to be turning it over to Mark Licoris, our city manager, to give him some more work to do. As he said, he's got very little to do these days, so I'm going to turn that over. There is 2 or 3 different organizations that are happy to help. So you don't only deal with the air quality, you deal with water and flooding as well, or
So
a
that's
little bit?
one of the things with our resiliency coalition. Again, it's like one of our many things that we're doing. We're actually working with the city of St. Pete right now on a resiliency plan for their area, especially in their high flood areas like Shore Acres. We saw all that flooding that just happened recently with the storms and just sunny day flooding. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, but we also do some regional assessments on that too. We have some different studies and GIS tools that we've been using to look at flooding.
Well, thank you. Thank you for what you do. We really appreciate, and we need that more than ever, with climate change and where we're headed. It's the water's getting higher and we are having more and more problems. So thank you. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
I would just like to thank you too for the service that you provide. It's much needed, and welcome to Tarpon anytime. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wright, for the presentation. It's nice to see the Regional Planning Council working, coming to see our small town and our unique situation what we have with sustainability and the plan that we have to work on, an action plan moving forward. And that came up recently in these last 5 or 6 years or so. And so this community and city staff are very proud of it and working with the Planning Council, looking to do some great things. So we appreciate the presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited to work with you guys and your new sustainability coordinator. She's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Item 3 is special presentations, Building Department welcome box for new homeowners. Mr. Dave Gilson, Building Department Director, will be giving the presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. Before the meeting, I placed a box like this in front of each of you as an example of what we're going to be sending out. The plan is when we release a CO for a new home, approximately 2 weeks afterwards, we're going to mail this box. So you can open up and go through it if if you desire. I'm gonna start with the history. So as you may know, we have a promotional budget. Historically, that promotional budget has been underutilized, mainly because it's very difficult to promote a building department. Normally promotion is, giving them the reason to spend money with us instead of someone else. That doesn't really apply to us. New services and new things we offer rather than our competitors, that really doesn't apply to us. So we went the opposite direction and we started listening to what people were asking over and over and over again. So at the beginning of the year, we went 100% digital. So all of our plans, everything that comes into our office is digital now. So what we've done is, find it. In there, you'll find this is a thumb drive. So when the house is complete, on that thumb drive, we're gonna put a complete set of the plans for that house on the thumb drive, a survey, elevation certificate if they have one, because most of our city or half of our city would require one, or a lot of our city, and a copy of the CO. That comes from, it seems as though within 6 months of a new house being built, they're back in, they want to build a fence or a pool or a patio or a screen porch. So now they'll have most of the information they would normally have to pay for again, right at their fingertips. Ms. Brewer in our office created this pamphlet. She did a pretty nice job too. I'm very pleased with that. Inside that pamphlet, some of the things that the city offers to our residents. It has the contact numbers of the different departments, information on flood zones, FEMA, our our CRS program, public services, city parks, and the amenities at each city park. The library, Tarpon Arts, Connect Tarpon, Citizen Advisory Boards, Emergency Management, Free City USA, and Sustainability. And what we've done is we've included QR codes for each one of those pages. So if you look at the pages, there's a QR code that goes directly to the site, our portion of the website for that particular department. So instead of having to go to our website and find it, it will take them directly to that. We've also included a refrigerator magnet with all the pertinent phone numbers. On the back page is a QR code. Sometimes in days of old, someone created a Google review page for the building department. We found it. We found it about a year ago. And at the time, I think we had 2.2 stars. And since we found it, we've actively worked on that. We've sent it out in our emails and give people a chance to give us some feedback. We're up into the mid-4s now in a year. So I'm pretty pleased with that too. So what we've done is we've included that so they can give us a Google review and give us some feedback, give us an opportunity to improve even more. When the process started, we reached out to the different departments for their input. And once again, I was very pleased. The feedback and the input I got from all the other departments was extremely positive, much more than I anticipated, to be honest with you. They all wanted to be part of it. So even though this started out as a promotional item for the building department, organically, it has turned into a jump-off start package for the new homers, because everybody is in this box now. All of our departments are in this box. So in short, in a weird way, the entire staff's fingerprints are on that box. So hopefully we'll get some good feedback from the residents. And if you look at the box, it's intentionally large because I want more stuff to go in it. So as time goes on, when we get that feedback, hopefully the departments will be giving us more things and we'll eventually have to get bigger boxes. If you have any questions, I'll do my best.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Gilson. Any comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you. Well, not so much about this. This is always an excellent thing. It's a box of warmth for a newcomer that comes in, and this way we won't have to see all those posts on, Tarpon happenings, where can I find this, where can I find that, how do I get this? And then we have to listen to 15 sarcastic comments, so right here, you'll have yours all in one full swoop. But more than that, I wanted to share with you that this may be a backward compliment, but it's still a compliment. Your complaint calls have died down, and that's a good thing.
Yes, it is.
When you just started, there was a lot of calls, at least that I got. I can't speak for the other commissioners, but things have, smoothed out a lot. So I do want to thank you for that. And this is just a blessing. I know a lot of towns do carry, things like this to get you acclimated to the town, and I think this is a great idea. So thank you for you and whoever else thought that up. It's just great. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you letting me know about the complaints. We have actively worked on that. I mean, the entire staff has actively worked on that. So it's nice to see we're getting some good feedback.
I mean, you may have messed up. Mine has a cake in it, but,
I believe it was referenced earlier. I believe it's a bribe.
gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate you, Dave.
Commissioner Kulianis?
No, I wish I wish the residents could see all the stuff that's in this box. This is really great. I mean, there's stickers and all kinds of information about the city and just amazing. So this is great. Is this your idea?
It's our idea.
All right, okay.
Team player.
It's a great idea. Awesome.
What the contents of the box are effectively the promotional items for all the different departments.
No, it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Just echo, thank you very much. I think it's really a good idea. The more that we get information out there and show them how to find it, I think provides a good service, so really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gilson, for the presentation. I just think this is a great thing the building department's done. It helps improving community engagement and hospitality. They've made some great strides recently in going all digital, which they've done a great job in doing that and connecting with the residents. And, it's just great public relations. And I also want to thank you, Mr. Gilson. You've done a great job since coming on board, and we really appreciate everything you do, as well as staff. And, anytime I can't get through the front door, I go through the building department real fast, but I make sure I go quick, because I believe it's Tracy.
Tracy.
Right? Yeah, she won't let me in too long. She wants me out. But and all in good spirits, absolutely. So just thank you all for everything you do and this box towards the new homeowners.
All right, thank you, sir. Good evening.
Agenda item 4 is special presentation, water and sewer update, infrastructure and emerging regulations. And we have Tommy Kiger, Public Services Director.
Vice Mayor Kulias, members of the board, thank you for having me tonight. Thomas Kiger, the Public Services Director for the city, which in our city includes water and sewer utilities. So tonight we're going to have a quick update on a few emerging things and things that we're working on in water and sewer utilities. And particularly focused on, again, infrastructure and some of the emerging regulations and things that we're starting to observe and respond to as a utility. We wanted to give you a quick overview of some of the strengths and challenges that we're facing. It's important when we see challenges to also recognize all the good work that we've done in the past with the utility. We've always, for the last 20 years, kind of up until the late 2010s, we were really focused heavily on water supply issues and developing the RO plant and responding to regional water supply shortages in the northern Tampa Bay region. And so we were heavily focused on reclaimed water, building the reverse osmosis facility, providing a high level of treatment through the reverse osmosis plant, conservation, and things like that. And so we've already achieved a lot of those things. We've also achieved advanced wastewater treatment at our wastewater plant. We're getting nutrient removal. So we're very ahead of the game on water quality issues. And we've also got really good emergency response plans. We've done a fairly good job of restoring service as rapidly as possible when we do have hurricanes and other sorts of emergencies. And we feel like that's really one of our strong suits. But there's really three key areas that all utilities are facing challenges in nowadays. One is finding funding for aging infrastructure. We all sort of inherit a utility just like we inherit a city from the previous generation, and it's our job to fix it up and maintain it. Staffing and workforce issues in a very competitive hiring environment. That's a challenge for all employers, but particularly in the water sector. And lastly, emerging regulations, which is really unique to water, and there's been a plethora of rulemaking at the state and federal level that all utilities are responding to, and we wanted to touch base on that today. Speaking to infrastructure issues, we've had a bit of a sea change in the last 5-6 years. So we were heavily focused on water supply issues and water quantity, and now we're starting to shift gears. That we've completed our build out for our master plan for reclaimed water. We've developed the water plant, and now we're shifting to focus on our buried assets. And so we've got a few things that we're focused on. One big goal is going to be continue to build out the well field at the RO plant. We've got some major work that we're planned on the water distribution pipes. That's going to be a generational effort over the next 30 years. Coming up over the next 5-10 years, and then a bit, again, the 2030s, we're going to be doing 40 and 50-year life cycle rehabs on our existing wastewater treatment facility because it was built in 1985. So we want to turn that from a 50-year facility into a 75-year facility and protect the city's investment. And we're also going to be refocusing again on pipelining and maintaining our lift stations and making sure that we're preventing SSOs and protecting public health and water quality through our sewer system. Last year, we switched to a 20-year CIP. This is the first time we've kind of shifted gears to look at this long of a planning window to try and focus on long-term goals. So here's some of the key goals for the citizens and for the public that we want people to know that we're working on. So from 2027 to 2056, we've dedicated funding to replace all the aging cast iron and galvanized water mains in the city. That's budgeted into the CIP, and we're going to be continuing to monitor progress on that. We also want to fully fund the wastewater plant's 40 and 50-year rehabs. We want to accelerate the lift station rehab schedule. We want to focus on lining 70% of our legacy clay sewer lines by 2043. That's a 20-year plan. And also shifting funding to be more proactive about identifying priority projects and shift from a little bit of more reactive maintenance pattern to a little bit more of a proactive maintenance pattern. These are our levels of funding over the next 10 years. These were incorporated into our rate analysis last year. And the long and short of it, you can see here in 2027 in particular, we've had a couple of catch-up years, and we've been focusing on completing and executing legacy projects over the last few years that have we've had a little bit of cost inflation in construction sector, so we're catching up on those projects, getting the funding in place, and then shifting gears to focus on new priorities as we wrap those up over the next few years. Water distribution has been, it's a common touch point for us. We do map and we respond when we do have water quality complaints, but we want people to understand the order of the magnitude of what we're working with here. So we've got about 182 miles of water mains in our city, and about 50-ish of them are sort of legacy pipe that we're working on replacing. And you can see here we've got about 40-some miles of older cast iron pipe and about 15 miles of galvanized pipe. These are the sort of things you get rusty water issues if you open a fire hydrant and things like that. So again, we've got a plan for that. That's a 30-year program that we're going to be initiating starting in 2027 once we get the funding and the financial situation healthy for the utility again. But we've been chipping away at that. So you can see here we've highlighted 3 areas where we've already executed projects in the last 2 years. We replaced the legacy galvanized main on MLK. We've redone the entire neighborhood up there on the north end of the south shore of the Anclote River. And we've also replaced the water main right here on Gross Avenue behind us. And this is one quick example. You can see here, this is a Sanborn map. These are really neat legacy maps from the Sanborn Survey Company from the early 1900s. And you can see highlighted in blue, that's Gross Avenue. That's right outside of City Hall. And it identifies a 6-inch cast iron water main from 1919. And here in this photo, you can see that same water main. And there it is. It was still in service up until a couple months ago. It was still doing its job, but it was time for it to go. And so we replaced it, and there you can see we've got a brand new water main in place, and you can see right next to each other. We've got a 100-year-old pipe being replaced with a brand new service, a brand new water main to improve service and fire flow and all sorts of things. So we are making progress. Some of the key projects we have ongoing, we're staying focused on cybersecurity. That's a $1.4 million ARPA-funded project. That's on schedule and under budget. We're working on pursuing grant funding, and we're through 60% design for a major electrical rehab for the wastewater treatment facility. That'll be a life cycle extension, and it'll also enhance the resiliency of the facility in the event of hurricanes in a major way. We're working on some other things, aeration improvements, replacing a water main on the Alt-19 bridge, and updating our water supply plan. Shifting gears a little bit from infrastructure issues, we're focusing also on emerging regulations and water quality. the two things we're going to talk about today, one of them is the EPA's lead and copper rule. You might have heard a little bit about this in the news. This is a long-running rulemaking effort. You might hear things about like Flint, Michigan, and things like that. I want everyone to rest assured we are not in that situation. We are not Flint, Michigan. We are staying ahead on our water quality issues. But EPA's efforts focus on locating legacy lead pipes, improving tap water sampling out in the distribution system, not just at the water plants, and also achieving lead pipe removal nationwide 100% within the next 10 years. And so we've been working on that very diligently over the last year. So we have completed our EPA and FDEP required service line inventory. We've inspected almost 8,000 water service lines on the customer side, upstream of the water meter, and also on the city side, downstream of from the water main to the meter is anyway. We've inspected both sides of the meter. So the really good news here is that after 7,800 inspections and record review for all of the newer properties, we have identified 0 lead service lines throughout the city, which is exceptional. Staff conducted over 7,000 inspections, and we had a very tight deadline based on rulemaking from EPA and DEP, and we were able to achieve this. We've been talking with DEP, and we are going to be probably one of about 10% of statewide utilities that has already completed all of our inspections by the regulatory deadline coming in October. And here's a little snapshot of what this looked like. This is a map of every service line in the city. This one's a little bit older. And you can see as we went through, we mapped every single service line and physically inspected all the ones that were constructed prior to 1989 before they put the lead ban in place of the National Plumbing Code. And went through line by line, meter by meter, inspecting these services to make sure that they're meeting the new rules. So what does this mean? One thing that we're working on is EPA requires us to notify our customers about the status of this. So we'll be sending out some informational communications and we're also going to be publishing a website where you can go in and look up your water service. And here's a little snapshot of what our future web-based portal will look like. For all of our customers, you can go and put in your address and click on your house and see, okay, well, there's no lead originally we were anticipating this being a little bit more interesting, but because we found no lead and no problematic pipe materials, you're gonna click and it's gonna say non-lead and you can go on with your life feeling confident. If anyone has any questions about these sorts of issues or water quality, we do encourage folks to contact our RO facility directly. We've got the contact information right there. And if you have after hours questions, we also have on our website, a after hours callback number. Moving forward from lead and copper issues, people might have heard about PFAS, and we particularly wanted to update the board on this because they've received communications on this issue. So this has been another topic that people have seen a little bit in the news. There's been documentaries on Netflix. And so the number one question we get is, what is PFAS? PFAS is a group of per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, but ultimately it's basically like waterproofing. So it goes into things like Scotchgard and fire retardant foams and things you would put on your sneakers or your shirts to make them stain resistant. And it's used in cosmetics. It's used in a wide variety of products. But they're very persistent in the environment, and they've gotten this moniker of forever chemicals. These were previously unregulated from a water quality perspective by the EPA, but regulations are currently being developed by the EPA and passed down through the states. So there's two main things that we're addressing as a utility on this issue. One is the new emerging EPA rules to make sure that our water is safe and that we're complying with all our regulatory requirements. And two, there's been a lot of ongoing litigation with the manufacturers about this. This litigation against the manufacturers, particularly 3M and DuPont, has resulted in over $11 billion in nationwide settlements through a class action suit, which were just finalized in spring of 2024. From a regulatory perspective, what does this mean for utilities for treating these chemicals? So these standards were published in March of 2023. Utilities have been required to do some preliminary sampling and see what's going on in their system. And some utilities will have to respond. If they detect PFAS in their finished drinking water, some utilities will have to implement new treatment technologies like reverse osmosis or activated carbon. And some other utilities in particularly impacted areas might require new water sources altogether. Here's a little bit of a timeline of what we're looking at. These rules were just announced, and we've completed our PFAS sampling. And the good news is that our RO plant provides treatment for PFAS. So there's no PFAS coming through our distribution system from the reverse osmosis drinking water plant. We do want to be 100% transparent, and we have sampled some of the other wells around the area, and we have detected very low levels of PFAS, which is very common in this part of Florida, in other legacy wells throughout the city. So the city might need to implement some projects to address those long-term. But currently, all of our water is coming through our RO plant, and there is no PFAS going out into the finished drinking water system. And we're also working with our engineers and consultants to make sure that we're staying ahead of this long-term and making the investments where we need in our water supply capacity. On a litigation perspective, many of our board members might have been contacted by different attorneys offering to help us through this issue. Many of these were looking to market to us on a percent of award basis. We did our homework, and we were able to find a lower cost alternative to get the legal counsel we needed to participate and try and make the city financially whole for any long-term regulatory costs these new rules might have. So we retained specialized legal counsel through the Florida Rural Water Association's Legal Assistance Program. Our legal costs for this whole effort are going to cost less than $20,000, which is exceptional value, we think. And we're getting nationwide experts to assist the city. Our goal is to maximize the city's financial award through these class action suits to make the city financially whole, and also to help get ahead on future water quality issues within our utility. We've already submitted, we've asked the board to authorize the city manager to participate in these class action settlements. We've submitted our settlement documents, and we're waiting for a response back from the class council, but we're anticipating a fairly healthy award financially, likely at least several $100,000, but that's still pending review from the class council. So the most important question that I'm sure most folks think when they hear about all these things is our water safe? And the answer is yes, our water is safe, and it gets safer every year. So our water is extremely highly regulated by the National EPA and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for over 90 different contaminants that are regulated through the primary drinking water standards. Tarpon Springs drinking water meets or exceeds all EPA and FDEP primary drinking water standards, which is really exceptional news, and that's the target we strive for. Additionally, if you have questions about these sorts of issues, the city publishes, as required by the EPA, an annual consumer confidence report, and that's available on the city website. If anyone has any questions or wants to know more about our drinking water, you can scan that QR code. It'll take you to our annual report. We mail these out to customers once a year, and you can learn exactly what's in your water and how we take care of it. Let's see. And over time, as EPA, addresses new emerging issues and the state of the science advances, they promulgate new rules, and we work to address them. And that's why we say that our water gets safer every year. Because every few years, EPA comes out with new rules. We go out and test. We make sure that we're compliant, and we make sure that we're getting rid of all the things in the water that the EPA, based on the best available science, says shouldn't be in there. And with that, we've got one more cool old Sanborn map of the sponge docks from 1919, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on regulatory and infrastructure issues.
Thank you, Mr. Kiger. Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I know we test for the PFAS. What do we do with people that have well water that's not getting water from us?
Yes, so that is an emerging issue. If folks have, we're going to have a little bit more in-depth presentation. If people want to look on Thursday at the Sustainability Committee, we want to be cognizant of everyone's time here. But EPA does have great resources for what to do if you have a private well. There's in-home treatment systems. And on that presentation, if anyone wants to look on Thursday, it's on our Civic Clerk agenda management software. It's got links to manufacturers from the National Science Foundation about where you can provide in-house treatment if you live outside of our service area.
Will we be able to contact each and every person? Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to contact the landlord and the landlord not contact the end user, the tenant, because it's the tenant who's going to drink it, not the landlord. And I know we've had issues with this in the past where the landlord gets notified, but the tenant doesn't.
I see.
And what I don't want is I don't want the tenant to turn around and say, the city didn't inform me, the city didn't make us aware. And I want to make sure that we cover all of our tracks on these kind of things, especially with PFAS.
Sure.
Because you're not testing everybody's water, you're testing the water that the RO plant does, correct?
You currently were testing water at the finished water from the reverse osmosis facility, yes.
Right.
But
Okay, so that's a big thing that I wanted to do. I know that I did run the numbers, and at minimum, within the next number of years, we're going to be at 35 million, but at a high end, we're going to be at 100. I went through the numbers on, the 2 to 7 year.
Oh,
And I also went on the numbers to the 50 years, and I came up with $147 million. And that is a lot of money at a city that takes in 85 million. Is there, I mean, just to put the numbers up, which I appreciate that you shared that with us, but is that a feasible number to do?
those levels of CIP funding are currently included in our financial management plan developed by Stantec and in our current rate model. So yes.
Okay. And the only other question I had is you had all the different types of pipes that are out there. So I did research every single pipe and know which ones should be. Do you have like a procedure for which ones should be replaced before the others?
We typically focus, it's a multi-pronged, strategy. So there's areas that we want to improve, like fire flow at fire hydrants. We might prioritize those areas. We try and prioritize areas with higher density of water quality calls. But in general, we try and focus on get the galvanized pipe first, because the nature of galvanized pipe, just like a galvanized nail, it's covered in zinc. And when all the zinc's gone, it starts to degrade very rapidly. Cast iron actually tends to be a little bit longer lived than galvanized pipe. So we're going to be heavily focused on the galvanized pipe over the next few years.
But they're all old.
Yes, but the galvanized pipe seems to be aging kind of the most rapidly.
Right, I
So it's
know.
the most pressing.
But that's old, the cast is old, so I mean, they all need to be, and that's, I think it was the cast that had the 40 miles of pipe or something like that, or, so that was a real, that's why we're getting the complaints for yellow water. I mean, that's just the way it is, So I'd like to see it all on PVC or CPVC or something like that. And I know you can't just dig up everything and try to redo it. So, but I'm glad to see that you're doing this, because I've spoken to you enough to know you know what you're doing, and I'll watch you like a hawk. I'm just kidding. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate you, Tommy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Tommy, thank you so much for this report. And nothing is probably more important that we provide a service than to have clean water coming out of our taps. So, this is something for us to have this kind of results in our water quality is a testament to obviously your department. This didn't happen in the last 6 months. This is an ongoing, diligent thing that obviously starts with our city manager for all he's done to make sure that we have safe, clean water. And I just want to commend you and obviously the city manager and your department and your staff. So please give them our thanks. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner DiDonato?
I would echo the efforts that your department's making, and this, in particular, the mapping, because I can remember that we used to depend on one individual in his mind remembering where pipes were, because we didn't know. But now we do, and we've got a plan to replace, and it's good. I know it takes a lot of work, but we thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiger, for the presentation. Just nice to see those capital improvement projects that were all listed from the lift stations and just the water distribution. We had a brief talk about replacing, the pipes, and as we hear stuff from residents at times, but as we saw in the budget, we're starting to put a little bit over $1 million each year and trying to replace these pipes. This is a couple of decade-year process, though, correct?
Yes, this is very much a balancing act. So many other utilities go through and do these like sort of legacy pipe renewal projects. And it's really about like there's some very hard constraints. You want to make sure that you're trying to get all of that galvanized pipe out before all the zinc is gone and it starts degrading. But you also have to be cognizant about financial feasibility as well. So it's definitely a balancing act, and we kind of landed on a 30-year window to really accelerate into, and we're feeling fairly comfortable with that.
But that overall project over 30 years could roughly range, can you give us a general number?
The current estimates, depending on how you look at it, if you look at it current dollars or if you escalate them over time and add them up, that's going to be roughly like a probably $70 to $100 million investment over time.
And the only reason why I bring that up is our budget this year is about $72 million. So when you put that in perspective, this is a long-term project that ties in with sustainability and our action plan and working with these agencies. So city staff is getting there, but there is a methodical process through it all too. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we will now go to public comments on the special presentation of the three and the proclamation.
Good evening, Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue. You just saw two examples of the hard work that our employees do day in and day out. They get unnoticed till eventually, you get your presentation. For them to come up with this in a long-range plan, that's perfect. If you look at 100 million over 30 years, that's 3.3 million a year. You look at that in a percentage of your 75 million, you're looking at maybe 2% of your budget. So yes, it's a lot, but over time, you can afford it. So kudos for staff to bring this up. And as far as the box for the new homeowners, I'm not clear if it's someone who just built a new home or they just moved into a home, because then there's also renters. And I know some people in my neighborhood, when they moved in, they did their utilities online. So I would like to recommend, if there's not information in the box, that when people sign up for utilities online, they get a recycling bin dropped off, notices as to when yard waste is picked up or when the recycling. Because one of the things I've seen going around town sometimes, you see someone move in and it's a Monday or Sunday and they got all the boxes outside. Trash guys come on Monday, it's not recycling day, they throw it away. So I just would recommend that. And lastly, I have to commend our Parks and Public Services Department. Back around, around August 25th or something. I'm trying to remember the date. I have a big grand oak tree. At least 48 inches across. No storm, no wind, no rain. All of a sudden, some limbs collapse. It's around midnight, give or take, and sure enough, Duke was called, but city crew came out. Came out about 12:30, and boy, did those guys bust their butt. Big chainsaws. I mean, I had a branch about this big around. 2 in the morning, cutting branches. And then the other guy, I think his name was either
Sir, I understand your comments, but they're not related towards the special presentation or the
Okay,
proclamation.
well, it
So if you could
relates
please-
to, I'd like to commend city staff for all their hard work that they do for us that we don't see unless someone brings it to the attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other public comments on the presentations and proclamation?
Yes, sir. David Ballard Geddes, Jr., 11 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. I am grateful tonight to see the presentation regarding the infrastructure, the water infrastructure replacement in Tarpon Springs. I believe that you are setting an example for the rest of the nation to follow. I'm grateful for that. My question to the man presenting tonight would be in regards to the direct injecting of reclaimed water in local areas, as to how that injecting of reclaimed water with the SHARP and the TAP program, primarily promoted through Tampa Bay Water and its affiliates, how that water supply could eventually affect the groundwater supply here in Tarpon Springs, and should that be a concern of the future? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other public comments on the proclamation and special presentations? IT, are there any Zoom comments?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Thank you. We will now be going to public comments. We will now be going to public comments on the items that will not be discussed this evening. If there are any public comments, please state your name and address for the record, and you will be given 4 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Anita Prose, 901 Bayshore Drive. This is a problem that is a big problem in Tarpon, and I remember Mr. Alderman many years ago used to come and talk about it. We're losing our road and property around the bayou, where the Church of the Bayou is, Landon Drive. With the high tides, and we've had a lot of rain, but it's coming. You can see the debris that the tides bring up into the road. It goes, some places it goes across the street. And the concern is, to me, the edge is eroding away. And I don't know how long it's been with Mr. Alderman going to the county. I would like our acting mayor and our city manager to call Dave Edwards, who's our county commissioner. He's very kind to Tarpon. He's worked hard for Tarpon Springs. And tell him what the problem is, that maybe the county, because that is a county road, can come and look at it because it's dangerous now. And the school buses go that way. We go that way to go home, and it floods terribly, even in the intersections. And it's been ignored for a long time, but the day has come that we need to look at it and see if they'll come over and come back and give us a presentation. Also, the bridge at the yacht club, both approaches, you can see the metal braces now because the pavement is gone. And that's not good. I'm always afraid the bridges could collapse because if you go under it with the boat, I'm sure Mr. Eisner has been under that bridge, you can see the rust and the eating away of that bridge. And I don't know what the status is on that bridge now with putting the new one in, but they do need to make repairs because one side is like a big pothole and you can see all the metal. We have to take care of this because we live there. We have to go across those bridges and it's a little scary. But the road in front of Church of the Bayou, where the Burris home is, Landon Drive further down, it's eroding away all the way to the edge almost of the road. So if we can call the county, please ask them to come up and give us a report on it, because it's going to be hard work and a lot of work and a big expense to take care of.
Thank you, Mrs. Protas. We'll have the city manager and myself reach out to the county representative. Are there any other public comments?
Greetings. My name is Costandina Biltris. I live at 124 Athens Street. So I'm here because last week I felt it was just unnecessary turmoil between the board. And the one thing I believe in is, and I apologize in advance if I offend any of you, but it is what it is at this point, politics.
Just make sure you address me when talking about any individual. You have to address the
Okay.
chair when
Yes,
speaking with someone.
I believe a true leader brings people together. Now, last week, what I had noticed is a lot of nitpicking, a lot of, always questioning things among each other. And I felt like a lot of it was very unnecessary. And it wasn't even to the point of the matter. And I was kind of disturbed by it because it was very interesting when it came to selecting the new mayor and selecting the new commissioner. And I observed, because I noticed that Mr. Eisner had a fan email come in and Mr. Kalianis had a fan phone call come in. And it was interesting how all that came in that specific day. Well, I'm here to be Mr. Vice Mayor's fan because let me tell you, born and raised in Tarpon Springs, Mr. Kulas has gone through many struggles in life and everything, and he stood standing proud and representing his city. And no matter what, last week, he stood his ground. No matter of the phone call, no matter of anything. Now, he expressed the interest in being mayor. It would only be a few months, and not one commissioner showed any kind of support. Now, shame on you guys, the board. That shows no support for your own people. But instead, you want to bring in some Tom, Dick, and Harry from outside to put in for like 3 months. That's where it all begins. It begins within you guys. It begins within supporting each other. Now, I do feel Mr. Cullas would be the best. Mr. DiNonato, you expressed no interest. Mr. Eisner, you expressed no interest. I didn't hear you last week saying anything. Mr. Kulianis, your phone call expressed an interest. So, with that said, Mr. Kulianis, I do not feel you would be the right one right now to be appointed because you weren't elected in the first place. You were given this position. So, you do have your opportunity in March to run for mayor. And that would be good for you to state, what will you do for our city? Where do you stand with everything going on? Not just for the Greek people, for our Black community, for our Hispanic community, for our seniors. Right now, we need to look at right now, what we have. We have a few months. We want to push everything up to move this man out of here. For what? He's here for you right now, doing the job. But we didn't support him at all last week when he was showing an interest. We were trying to make plans to get him out. And then what I hear is Mr. DiDonato. Oh, I hear Mr. DiDonato. I wrote 5 pages, but I can't go through this. Mr. DiDonato, somebody said, can calm the board down. Mr. DiDonato was not elected to be a babysitter. He was elected to run the city and help
Your
you
time
guys.
is up, Ms.
Thank you.
Smugros.
You
Next
have a
speaker,
good
please.
night.
Thank you.
David Ballard Geddes Jr., Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. The political climate is changing. A watershed moment in history is upon us. As predicted in the Declaration of Independence, I suspect this nation is soon to go through a convulsion, constitutionally so. In the self-evident face of regional adversity, capable men will be required in order to maintain the integrity within and clear throughout government, as the county government is soon to be dissolved. Men of fine standing, practical, sensible, resourceful, legitimate, sound, fair-thinking men of discernment will be required. Men establishing the here and now, capable of maintaining the integrity, the health and safety and protection of future generations. Men who can engineer infrastructure that is easy to maintain and replace when needed. Men who are willing to design, develop, and build society correctly for the well-being of all humanity. Men of morals, respectful of the graces of what Almighty God has freely provided us. We need leaders, both men and women, who are resourceful and respectful for the need for a healthy ecosystem, allowing room for God's graces in all creation will be required of all of our leaders as devolved upon the worthy leaders of this task. In dismissal of the pretentious, candid leaders of the past, there shall be a focus on ecostructure, recycling, efficiencies, and zero waste efforts will be required, being thoughtful and respectful of the indigenous plants, animals, giving rise to the indigenous people who have strong leadership qualities shall be a prominent role of government. The need for humanity to be mindful regarding the vital needs for our healthy, clean, living water. Learning how to enrich the land and the world with their actions is essential Society must have representatives who are withstanding of this wisdom rather than that of the need for personal power and individual prestige. I am grateful to have stood before many of politicians in my years of ranting. My unique posture gives me a plateau in perspective seen only by few. Our former mayor of Tarpon Springs, Costa Vaticiotis, is among one of the most dignified politicians I have ever had the honor of standing before. I am grateful. The integrity and sensibility of his bearings give respect to his chairmanship. The privilege of voyaging aboard a vessel under his command is a blessing. He and the example he has set, the grace upon which he has held his command, deserves to be respected and honored. This is not an opportunity for mutiny, dissent, or rebellion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Period Acts 514 Ashland Avenue. All right. James 3, taming the tongue. Not many of you should presume to be teachers, my brothers, because you know that we who teach will be judged more strictly. When we put bits into the mouths of horses to make them obey us, we can turn the whole animal, or take ships as an example. Although they are so large and are driven by strong winds, they are steered by a very small rudder wherever the pilot wants to go. Likewise, the tongue is a small part of the body, but it makes great boasts. Consider what a great forest is set on fire by a small spark. The tongue also is a fire, a world of evil among the parts of the body. It corrupts the whole person and sets the whole course of his life on fire, and is itself set on fire by hell. With the tongue we praise our Lord and Father, and with it we curse men who have been made in God's likeness. Out of the same mouth comes praise and cursing. My brothers, this should not be. Can both fresh water and salt water flow from the same spring? My brother, can a fig tree bear olives or a grapevine bear figs? Neither can a salt spring produce fresh water. Who is wise and understanding among you? Let him show it by his good life, by deeds done in the humility that comes from wisdom. But if you harbor bitter envy and selfish ambition in your hearts, do not boast about it or deny the truth. Such wisdom does not come down from heaven, but is earthly, unspiritual, of the devil. For where you have envy and selfish ambition, there you find disorder and every evil practice. But the wisdom that comes from heaven is first of all pure, then peace, loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. Peacemakers who sow in peace raise a harvest of righteousness. So, look upon yourselves, as the lady mentioned from the last meeting about some of the things y'all spoke about, not only during the city manager thing, and then you didn't let us have public comments during that. I had to say something when we were talking about Paul, so I didn't know some of the rules were shortcutted, and we started the meeting today at 6 o'clock. I don't know, didn't know those rules had passed too, but maybe I'm a little behind on that. But I did want to follow up on what former Mayor Protas mentioned about two things. Along the Whitcomb Bayou, can we get an update on the progress of what had happened at a seminar maybe about a year and a half ago, where we were proposed all these different types of things with walls and uplifting the road? So are we any further along on that? And then also, as she mentioned about the Beckett Bridge, I know we've been doing stuff with our side, but where's the county? Because I know we rushed to finish the roundabout, so that would be done in time for them to go to do Beckett Bridge. So if we can get any kind of updates on that, that would be most helpful. And God bless you all. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? IT, are there any Zoom comments?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Thank you. We will now be moving on to the consent agenda. Item 5, special events. Item 5A, Sunset Beach Movie Night, Halloween theme. 5B, Trick or Treat, Halloween Bash. 5C, Taste of Tarpon. 5D, Holiday Movie in the Park. Item 6, attorney fees. 6A, Dickman Law Firm invoices. 4574 through 4588. 6B, Eunice Salzman Jensen, PA, invoices 83092 and 83093. Item 6C, Johnson Jackson, PLLC, invoices 13448 and 13594. Item 7, award file number 240144-C-PH, lighting repairs, maintenance, and installation of street lighting utilizing the Florida Department of Transportation contract number E51C4. Item 8, increase file number 200095-P-AM, audit services, external. Item 9, approve Florida Department of Environmental Protection Grant Agreement Amendment 22PLN93. Item 10, award file number 250012-N-AS, single source purchase of rugged machine-to-machine M2M GPS routers, maintenance, service, and parts. Item 11, ratify increase to file number 240003-C-AS, Motorola radio equipment, maintenance, and support utilizing state of Florida alternate contract source number 4319000-22-NASPO-ACS. And item 12, satisfaction release of liens. Commissioners, are there any items that you would like to pull?
6.
Is there all 6? Okay. Do commissioners want to pull any other agenda item? Okay. We will now go to public comments on consent agenda items 5A, B, C, D, 7 through 12. IT, are there any Zoom comments?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay, back to the commission. The chair will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 5A through D and items 7 through 12.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. If there are no further commissioner comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato,
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas.
Yes. We will now go to consent agenda item 6. Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you, Acting Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
You know, a comment was made that there was a lot of nitpicky, and it's not always nitpicky. It's if there's a difference of opinion, it needs to be spoken about. That's what we're here for. We have 5 different people. We have 5 different opinions. I pulled number 6 because the people that have known what I've done since I became a commissioner is I've always spoken and kept eyes on the attorney fees. Every single month, I keep tabs. You're forgiven. I keep tabs of the fees. So on August 20th, a fellow commissioner on the other side of the dais spoke and said that we were bringing up very heavy-duty fees due to litigation. And unfortunately, I was the next day in Texas. I didn't get to pull the records, but it didn't seem to feel that it was the correct comment. So I did pull all of the attorney fees. And I just wanted to clarify what is our legitimate fees and what, you know, what we're paying. So in '22, we spent $254,000 on attorney fees. In '23, we spent $227,000 on attorney fees. And this year, we're at 205. So the comment was made that we had spent 400 some odd $1,000, but that was only including the $160,000 special counsel fees, which was not, that was an agreement from every one of the board members up here. And I believe the commissioner was a commissioner-elect at the time, and he did not oppose that as well. So I can't really count that $160,000 as, you know, litigation. It was an investigative type of purchase that we all agreed to get to the bottom of the situation, because we did have over 300 people here that were not happy about what went on. But the bottom line is we came to an agreement. We found out there was no illegal anything. And I would spend that $160,000 again to make sure that the residents know that nothing was done illegally. There was a couple of extra dollars done in with the labor attorney, but that's never a big deal. But I just wanted you to know that if anything, our law fees have gone down, not up. So, and I have the paperwork if anybody wants to see it. I did pull all of the information, and that's what I wanted to say. And then I am ready to, my comment wasn't about the current fees.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commissioner comments? And we're going to do these one by one, correct, on a motion? All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 6A, B, and C.
So moved.
Second.
If there are no further comments or discussion, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. We have approximately 13 minutes before we could possibly go into item 13, special consent agenda item. Yes, okay, so we're going to special consent agenda item 13, approve change order number 1 to bid number 230200-P-JL Penn Street and Gross Avenue Drainage and Roadway Improvements, Part 2. And to present this item, we will have Bob Robertson, Project Administration Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Yes, Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. For this item, staff is requesting board approval for a change order to project number SU 2305. That's the Penn Street and Gross Avenue Drainage and Roadway Improvements Project. This change order will increase the contract value from $4.6 million to $4.89 million. That's an increase of $286,767, or about 6%, to be funded by stormwater, water, and sewer funding sources. The purpose of this change order request is to cover the additional cost of unanticipated rework that we're facing from the previous contractor that abandoned the project. Examples include excavation and replacement of previously installed large stormwater infrastructure, replacement of additional water and sewer pipes, an example of which Tommy showed you before, and additional concrete and roadway stabilization work. Construction work is steadily progressing on the project. It's about 65% complete, and it's scheduled for completion by next summer. The contractor is currently on track to meet that schedule, and this change order does not include a request for additional time. So that pretty much summarizes it. That concludes my staff report, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve item 13, approve change order number 1 to bid number 230200-B-JL, Penn Street and Gross Avenue Drainage and Roadway Improvements, Part 2.
So moved.
Second.
And now we have Commissioner Eisner has some comments, discussion.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that I had a conversation with Bob Robertson. It's an expensive addition, and but there was no choice on this. When you have a contractor who decides to just pick up and leave, and then you have another contractor that comes in to take over, and you have to negotiate with a bond company. We took hits on pretty much everything. And as much of a money this is to spend, I'm glad that we have this new contractor who did a great job on the other two projects that we've had. And they've gone back to check on what was originally done and had to do some redo work. So when you're dealing with a project of this magnitude, believe me when I tell you, I had to take a number of deep swallows to look at $286,000. But I understand what went on, how it went on, and sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and move forward. I was glad I had a good conversation with Bob also. He's mentioned to me this was the first time he's ever had a contractor walk on him, correct?
Correct.
And it's never a fun thing. We may all have had a contractor who portrayed something and we got bad birthday cake. So, you know, it happens. This one was a biggie, and I just want to thank you because I know this was a tough one. I know it was a tough one for Mark too, our city manager. We have a lot of issues, you know, with people having dust, dirt, shaking of buildings and everything else. It's been a fiasco. So I do feel comfortable that Keystone Excavators are in there doing what they're doing and they're moving along nicely. So hopefully this thing can get put to bed and move on to the next one. So thank you for what you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kulianis? Commissioner, you're not, okay. Bob, thank you and your staff for bringing this forward. We understand the situation we're in, and I feel for those residents on that street. And, there's two options. Either we don't do anything and potentially something can happen, a pause or something, or we can give these people the change order request they need and get this project done. So we need to look out for those residents in the area and continue to move this project along so we can complete it. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. There is a motion on the floor. It is seconded. If there's no further discussions, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. Okay, we will now go to item 14, ratify selection of George F. Young, Inc. and Colliers Engineering and Design, Inc. for request for qualifications, RFQ number 240066-S-JL Survey Services. And we will have Ms. Janina Lewis, Procurement Services Director, with the presentation.
I think Bob's going to do this
Oh, Bob,
before.
okay.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Both of them are, but he can make it fast. So.
Yeah, quick staff report. Thank you. So for this item, we're asking the board to award continuing services contracts to Colliers Engineering and Design and George F. Young Incorporated. These two firms were selected through a competitive process to provide survey services to the city, such as boundary, topographical, bathymetric surveys, and other related services. The need for these services can be variable or intermittent. So we set up an upper limit that we asked the board to establish for us. We're asking for the board to authorize setting the annual spending limit at $50,000 maximum per year as an aggregate combined limit for us to use for both firms. This $50,000 limit request is a reduction from previous survey services contract annual limit of $150,000 per year. This is based on our previous usage levels. So we took a look at the numbers and adjusted it accordingly. And that concludes the staff report, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments online?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
The chair will entertain a motion to approve item 14, ratify selection of George F. Young, Inc., and Colliers Engineering and Design, Inc. for request of, all right, we have, so moved, and we have a second with Commissioner Eisner. Is there any further discussions on this item? City Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 15, ratify selection of WSP USA, Inc. and Water Science Associates, Apex Companies, LLC, for request for qualifications, RFQ number 240116-S-JL Hydrogeological Services. And we will have Tommy Kiger, Public
Yes, hopefully
Services
get these
Director.
next two items in pretty fast. So
Yes.
Tommy, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Thomas Kiger, Public Services Director. Today, we're requesting that the board approve our contract for 5 years for our hydrogeologic services. These are professional engineering and professional geologic services that we use to support a variety of programs, including well field development, annual environmental reporting, and other essential functions in the water utility and other areas of the city.
Okay, are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments online?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to approve agenda item 15, ratify selection of WSP USA, Inc. and Water Science Associates.
So moved.
Second.
If there are no further discussion, City Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes,
I think we can get this next one in too, I believe.
I agree. Okay. Agenda item 16, award file number 240161-B-AS wastewater aeration basin floating mixer blower equipment control panels and mooring accessories. And we will have Tommy Kiger, Public Services Director, for the presentation.
Or we can wait till after the break and bring back to you. Go ahead.
This is fine. Thank you, Thomas Kiger, Public Services Director. This is our next procurement item. We're requesting approval to purchase aeration equipment for the wastewater plant. This is an important part of the 40-year life cycle rehab for the wastewater plant. And there's a lot of benefits for treatment, future capacity, and also for the public.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments online?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to approve agenda item 16, award file number 240161-B-AS wastewater aeration basin floating mixer blower equipment control panels and mooring accessories.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and we have we have a commissioner comment from Commissioner Eisner.
I just wanted to share this. I read through your backup, and I just found it to be a very interesting tool with a interesting output. So that's all I wanted to share. I just thought it was like, wow, this is a really interesting product. That's what I wanted to share with you, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further commissioner comments, City Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. We will now wait for about a minute before we go into our ordinance and resolutions. Okay, we start of ordinance and resolutions, the public hearings at 7:30 PM. And first item will be agenda item 22, that is application 24-49 Bavlas, appeal of HPB decision, application 24-22 for property located at 20-26 Hibiscus Street. And we will have Renee Vincent, Planning and Zoning Director, coming up first. And this is a quasi judicial process, so the city attorney is going to read the title and go from there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Vice Mayor. As you said, this is a quasi judicial proceeding. There's also a resolution associated with this. I believe we probably should read that into the record as well. Resolution 2024-27, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application 2449, appealing unanimous decision of the Heritage Preservation Board to deny an after-the-fact, certificate of approval for the replacement of storefronts at 20, 22, 24, and 26 Hibiscus Street, a National Register Historic District and local historic district contributing structure, providing for a certificate of approval, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. Okay, yes, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. What's before you is from your code, the appeal process from your Heritage Preservation Board is directly to the Board of Commissioners. You are to conduct a public hearing, and your job is to approve with conditions, or deny. But before we get started with this, let me read through the quasi-judicial process. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the board acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply the law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of facts to previously established criteria contained in the code in order to make a legal decision regarding application before it. The board may consider evidence at the hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issue. If the competent, substantial, relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the code of ordinance, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the code, the board is required to find against the applicant. There are two critical things that you must do here. One is for the board members to disclose any ex parte communications, and then after that, I will swear in any witnesses that are going to testify before you. So first and foremost, if anyone has had any ex parte communication, the way that you cure that under state law is just to explain you've talked to somebody, you've gone to the site, whatever you've done outside of this realm to prevent any prejudice.
So I did get to see the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and I also received an outside source. Say again?
Historic preservation?
Yes.
Yes, you said planning and zoning.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Want to be clear.
Let me correct that. It was the HPB that I got to watch. I'm sorry. I get to watch the Planning and Zoning too. They get confusing. And I also did get outside source from a resident that had some quotations in it that if it's okay to read, I will. And I'll ask the attorney as it comes up. If it isn't, I won't.
I mean, if this is just information that you want to disclose that you've received communication from a residence, I would say that you just establish, it's a public record, just state the name of the individual that you received this from, and then put it into the public record. When it comes time to deliberate, which will be, then if there's something germane to that you want to talk about, at least you've given notice to the parties who are, one's the applicant, one's the city, that you have this.
Well, it was given to me. The resident is not comfortable to speak about it, so I am.
Okay.
It was given to me.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Anybody else?
And I also have to disclose, I was actually by the bakery and I ran into Mrs. Pavlas and I'd asked her, I saw that an item was coming up, but it got deferred. She explained that the contractor was out of town for that week and so at some point it was gonna come up in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Just a point of clarification, in the past, I don't know if something's changed, but if we watch a video of a meeting, and we're at our home, I saw most of the planning and zoning committee as well.
Okay.
It's not really some export type.
Well, it's information that you have that isn't something that you're getting here in this hearing. So if you have any additional knowledge, which you may have gained from that hearing, it's better to disclose it so the applicant has the knowledge of knowing that.
The meeting itself.
Okay, fine.
Okay, no further, we're gonna have Ms. Renee Vincent, Planning and Zoning Director, with a staff presentation.
Oh, you gotta swear in.
I'm going to swear anybody who wants to speak here tonight, please stand and raise your right hand, please, if you can. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, great. We're ready to go, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Ms.
So,
Vincent?
I'm going to ask Principal Planner Caroline Lanford to do the presentation on this. She staffs the Historic Preservation Board, and she's much more familiar with the details, so I think it'll be better for her to give the presentation since she was the one that presented it to Heritage Preservation Board.
Sure.
Evening, Caroline Lanford, Principal Planner. So this first slide is just showing you the location of the subject property. The next slide is showing you the location of the subject property within the National Register and Local Historic District. We're discussing the request for an after-the-fact certificate of approval for the replacement of the storefront facades at 20 through 26 Hibiscus Street. This slide's just showing you the location, kind of the zoning context, which the area is in the special area plan. This slide is from the current Florida master site file for the building. So this picture was taken in around 2009. And I think this is probably the first time you're going to be seeing Sanborn maps twice in one evening. And I think Mr. Kiger's use of it really showed how our past informs our present and future. As you can see from the 1913 Sanborn, the first three structures, which are now 2022, 2024, and 2026 were extant. And then in 1919 Sanborn, you're seeing what is now 20 Hibiscus was also there. And you can also see from the Sanborn that these buildings held the Tarpon Springs News, so they have some significance to our town's history. This is just a blow-up showing you the key of the Sanborn map, which illustrates that you can see the metal cornice was extant in 1919. It was a brick building with a composite roof, and it had a wood frame awning structure on the outside. This slide is the elevation that was presented with the March 2023 application for a certificate of approval. And I just wanted to give you some background on kind of the timeline of what happened with this case. So in late November of 2022, the applicant applied for a renovation remodel permit for removing and replacing stucco. Planning and zoning and the building department approved that. At the same time, we notified the applicant if they were going to be doing anything more than repairing or replacing stucco, that they'd need to go to the Heritage Preservation Board and apply for a certificate of approval. We received that application to remove the storefront door and fix glass and then reframe all of the storefronts at a 90-degree angle. Similar to what was done at 101 East Tarpon Avenue, that staff had previously denied, but the Heritage Preservation Board approved. In December, we conducted a site review and we noticed that work had begun, but the storefronts were covered up, so we did not appear altered at that time. Also, shortly thereafter, the property owner contacted Planning and Zoning Department to inform that the work had revealed the original facade under the stucco and she wanted to revise the application to change the project to renovate and preserve the original facade structure. And then later on in January, after they had gotten into some more work, the property owner notified P&Z that they'd like to revise the project to just replace the storefronts rather than restore them. In March of 2023, HPB issued a conditional approval for the storefront replacement. The TRC approved the project as presented in July. And then in October of 2023, it was discovered that the work that was being done was not within the conditions set forth in the certificate of approval. And the applicant was notified that they could either alter construction to conform with the CA or present a modified project to the HPB. And this is what we have today. And just so that we're all on the same terms here, up at the top, that metal bar, we're calling that the storefront cornice. That's what it's typically called when you're discussing turn of the century, early 20th century storefronts. The transom lights above the door. We've got display windows and entrance doors. It's the Florida Master Site File notes that this storefront 20 Hibiscus was intact when it was surveyed in 2009. Not sure if these were the original doors, but if they're not original, they're similar to what would have been there when originally constructed. And then over to the side here, we see the mullion or structural support. That's the vertical structural supports for the storefront. And then at the bottom there, supporting that is the apron or bulkhead. So the differences that we see from what's existing today, which is over on your left, and what existed in the past. So this was the unaltered storefront at 2022 Hibiscus. You'll note that it's been replaced with a single door. The recessed entry has been reduced. The signs were not included in the original application. These additional windows have been added that were not in the application. And then these widened and new mullions have been added. This is showing a similar property on Tarpon Avenue where you could see kind of the similar construction of what would have been there when the buildings were originally constructed. It has a similar storefront cornice up at the top, followed by transom windows, and then your storefront windows and the recessed alcove entryway. And this was restored in 2015. And these are the standards of review that we use to determine whether a certificate of approval will be issued. The ones highlighted here are what are most relevant to this case. And I'm just going to go through them as quickly. So the first one is related to the height and width of any new construction. And so our standard is that it should be consistent with other adjacent contributing structures and with structures of similar character and architectural style throughout the district. So the storefronts were demolished and the height and width of those existing facade features has been significantly altered. The next one is the windows, doors, and entries. Obviously, the entries, windows, and doors have been replaced with a contemporary storefront, and it's no longer conveying its historical association, and the replacements were not based on any duplication of original architectural components. The next one is the relationship of the structure within the district and kind of the relationship with the building to the street and streetscapes and street views. So the relationship of the structure has significantly adversely affected the active pedestrian experience along Hibiscus Street. Historically, these recessed storefronts acted as kind of a transitional space between the public realm and the business, both bringing the merchandise out to the street and drawing the pedestrian into the business. And that relationship has been destroyed. The next is building and massing, and there has been a small alteration to the building's massing with the reduction of the alcove space at 2022. Number 7 is that distinctive architectural features should be repaired rather than replaced. Obviously, these have been destroyed. And original architectural details have been obscured. With number 8, the previously altered storefronts could be considered to have significance in their own right. While they weren't original to the property, they still conveyed a connection with the historic character of the structure. And then finally, our adherence with the Secretary of Interior guidelines. All of these are relevant, but most relevant was that the historic character of the property should be retained and preserved. Deteriorated historic features should be repaired rather than replaced. And new additions, alterations should not destroy historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that can characterize the property. In addition, the new storefronts utilize reflective glass, and this is in direct conflict with Chapter 4.3b of the SMART Code, which requires the use of clear glass, and also is inconsistent with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. So with that, I recommended denial for the HPB application. And at their regular meeting of June 3rd, 2024, with 4 members present, it was unanimously denied. And with that, I can take any questions.
Questions from the commission?
Yep.
Commissioner Eisner?
So what I've seen, but I've been writing this down as you've been going, on the criteria, they failed number 1, number 2, number 3, number 5, and number 7.
That would be, so we have our standards for review. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Missed some, huh? What happened to 4?
They did not do anything to the roof, so.
So could you explain the protocol when there's a change to be done? What is the protocol that they should have done?
I think always when you get into a project, the actual construction of it, things may change. So if the applicant had noticed that something wasn't going to be feasible or wasn't going to work out, they should have come to the building official, they should have come to us and said that. We could have taken them back in front of Heritage Preservation Board and tried to work something out.
How many times do you have somebody come before you and say, we have some changes and we'd like you to take a look at it, versus how many times do they take it upon themselves to make the changes and then you come back and go, surprise?
I can't really speak to that. I think it would be, it depends on the applicant.
Do you have people that make changes and they just do it on their own?
I mean, we have applications where people, where applicants say, we need to make a change, and okay, I say, okay, well, we need to go back in front of the Heritage Preservation Board.
Right, but my question is, do you have people who decide to make the changes on their own without letting you know?
Yes.
And what happens?
This, I mean, it would move into code enforcement.
Wouldn't it be code enforcement if someone
That's
did-
one avenue. I mean, honestly, 99% of the time, this can get resolved in front of the Historic Preservation Board. This is an instance that has not, and they are electing their option to appeal that decision to you. So most of the time, it gets resolved. It hasn't been this time.
No disrespect, I knew the answer to that question. I'm asking these questions for a reason, and because there's a lot of things here that went astray. So I really don't have much more to ask you. I mean, I do have to ask the applicant. Okay. Thank you for your report.
Commissioner Kulianis?
I'm just curious, how often are these kinds of constructions inspected? I mean, how did it get to this point without anybody from the city having seen that these alterations were being done in this manner?
We are working with the new building official has instituted some really good policies where we, the planning department, are getting out more often during inspections because of some things like this. So we review the application, I review the application for a certificate of approval. When the building application comes in, I review that. And then before anything is finalized, we're now going to review it.
That's it.
Commissioner Donato?
How does this affect our designation for the historical district?
So this building would likely now be considered contributing altered in our local historic district. If it was to be resurveyed, it would no longer be contributing to the National Register Historic District. As we chip away at that, as we reduce the number of buildings that are contributing to our National Register District, we may lose our National Register District.
Okay, I want to focus on Ms. Langford. It was it's basically part of that Florida master file, which is what, page 6, I believe? It shows the building in its old format. There we go. To me, that's a picture that dates back to what? It's probably original assumption of that building.
So
One of its
actually,
original.
so this is from, I believe, 2009,
Okay.
or I don't want to speak to that actually for this particular site file, but it is post 1980 because we do know that the building was stuccoed over in the 80s.
Okay, I just want to point out a couple things, and I don't know, maybe it's just the angles I'm looking at, but it seems like that storefront closest to the left of the page, and several others don't have that canopy or that extra space of canopy that was showed in one of the previous photos that you brought up.
Correct. So during the 1980s, at some point during the 1980s, the storefronts at 26 and 24 were altered to that 90-degree angle, and the building was stuccoed over. 2022, which was next to it, remained in its original configuration. So that's what that looked like until very recently. The storefront at 2020 retained the alcove entryway, but it had been reframed in aluminum.
Okay, and this picture, which is page 10, it's the elevation presented with March 2023 application for the CA. Is that what their original picture was going to look like?
Yes, so this was,
I just want to make sure I get this in the record. It's a little deeper in the backup, and we can find the old presentation from this agenda meeting, or this meeting, but essentially what happened, what we haven't conveyed, I think, is that this was the elevation that was approved, but there were conditions placed on it that you don't necessarily see. One was to retain that metal, that cornice, and keep that. And then 2 of the storefronts, the 2022 and 2020, had to be architecturally, stylistically the same, keeping the recess and the same types of storefront and double doors. So this is what they presented, but they got approved for this with conditions. So I did want to make sure you understood that.
Okay. And I'm looking at the pictures and I understand it, but I'm also looking at, when we have our memo and the strategic C-1.1 market and promote the rich cultural heritage, resources, and diversity. I'm having a hard time grasping that as a strategic plan point that's being used for this application, in which some statements are stated in which, you know, the current situation in which it's built, it's been destroyed. So I'm trying to get this strategic plan.
That's on me. When we put the staff report together, there's a template in there and it calls for, is there an associated strategic plan objective that may be considered? So we have those strategic plan objectives regarding protecting and promoting the historic character. In this instance, I would say what has happened is not doing that. So does that clarify? But it was called out as something for consideration.
Okay, and that's the one strategic plan objective that we have that's listed for this application?
Yeah, I think I picked the most relevant one.
Okay.
I could have just as easily put not applicable for it, but since we have a strategic plan objective and it calls it in the template for this, for the board memos and civic clerk, I went ahead and just selected it and kept it, put it in there. It was not something presented to the Heritage Preservation Board.
Okay, and so I really want to get to the point of the consequences. What's, if the board agrees with the applicant, then I don't believe they're, but if not, what, is this a situation where code enforcement's going to get involved and force them to make these changes? Because these are big, significant changes. These type of changes stop business for long periods of time. And so when I look at it, I just, I have some different viewpoints when it comes to the heritage and cultural preservation of buildings. And I think it's somewhat, we'll hear some more discussion here in the future, and I'd like to hear the applicant and their reasoning behind it all, just to give us a better understanding. But I do see that some of those portions of that building didn't have a recess, and I understand that it's been brought out more, but to completely say it's destroyed the heritage aspect of it, I'm not sure I'm at this point agreeing with it. But those are my comments and questions. Commissioner Eisner has some more comments.
When Two Frogs did their renovation, was it a very similar case?
I don't believe I was here then. They basically restored the existing storefront. They probably didn't even need a certificate of appropriateness to do what they did. But they maintained everything.
What I'm saying is, was it a similar application to Hibiscus? When they opened up the front, they had the above windows, they had the recessed double doors, because they were able to do it.
I would say it was similar, yes.
Okay, so my question is, if somebody's able to do this and do it, and, it doesn't look anywhere near as attractive as a modern Hibiscus. And believe me when I tell you, what I'm looking at on Hibiscus, it looks gorgeous. The problem that I have is that's not what I'm here to judge. I'm here to judge whether they followed protocol, and because they signed up to follow protocol, but they didn't follow protocol, yet Two Frogs did. So my hesitant is, if I were to approve this, and I'm not saying I am and I'm not, because I still need to hear their side, then I feel like I am now removing the HPV and Caroline from anything that goes forward, because people could go, well, anybody else could do it. And then we're in a situation, I sat for 6.5 years on a board of adjustments, and I think you know that. And there were decisions I had to make, not because I liked the decision. I was restricted by the criteria. This is not a one-item criteria that you could go, they didn't do double doors, they did single doors. But I'm looking at 8 things. So I'm really interested in hearing why 8 things were done. I mean, I could understand a POCO era. I can't understand 8 or 10. It's almost like I would have to vote for this with blinders on my eyes and say, okay, you just decided to, take it down. And believe me, and I read all the backups, so I know a lot of what I'm going to hear, because I do know about the I-beam. I know, I know all the other stuff that went with this. So I'm just flabbergasted right now.
And I don't think there was a question anywhere in that, but I do want, I do want to clarify and ask the city attorney, because I just want to talk about this now if we can. What is the board's option here? Is this a straight up or down, or do they have the latitude to explore a middle ground?
There's 3 things: approve, approve with conditions, or deny.
Okay.
So I would assume approve with conditions is
Conditions,
the
okay.
middle ground.
Okay.
If you have any,
Yes.
if you have positive suggestions, you could always offer them up later or now.
Yeah, once you get through everything, yes.
Okay, right now we're going to go to the applicant's presentation. Or does the applicant have any questions for staff? Okay. These are questions for staff. Okay. Go ahead with your presentation, Mr. Larson.
Okay. I should give you some background on myself first. I served in the Air Force for 20 years. I was a medic and I went to war for this country. I've lived in Tarpon Springs since 1989. I've been doing business with the as a state certified building contractor here since '96. I have a degree in architect design and construction technology. I've worked on numerous homes and buildings in this area that are historical. Ed Hoffman's office, the chapel next to St. Nicholas's Greek Church. One of the many reasons I gotta gather myself after all that. Anyway, it's one of the reasons why I love Tarpon Springs. It's just if it's historical significance and it's a cool little town. I think I want to, I had prepared something so I wouldn't forget, my thoughts. But after listening to everything, I want to make clear first, because when we talk about 8 conditions, I have 3. That's what I got. That's how I got my permit, was with these 3 conditions. And I could hand them out to you, what I received, if that would help, or is that something I should do? Let me have one of those. It's, I guess, attorneys.
If you give them to Chief, he'll pass them out to us.
Okay, thank you.
It's in the backup.
So it's a little more confusing to me. So initially, I was contracted to remove and replace the stucco on the building at 20 Hibiscus. I obtained a permit for doing that. The stucco was actually falling onto the sidewalk. It had actually become a life safety issue. Also, the water intruded to each one of those 4 units. But in doing so, we exposed some hidden awning-style windows that were above the storefront. All the glass was missing, the frames were dilapidated, and the wood was rotten. We had to cover it up before we could meet with the Heritage Preservation Board for approval for the storefront. And what the owner wanted to do, and she did at her cost, was she wanted to put transom glass where those awning-style windows were. The picture was shown here where the I-beam looks like it's right above the storefront. It's not, in fact, there. It's above that fixed glass. And if you look back at that picture, there's like another one imposed over it. And can we put that picture back on, please? I can explain better what I'm talking about. Yeah, great. So you see the steel I-beam. Okay, so what you see in front of that, first you see the scaffolding, and you can see how the storefront that was there was imposed over it. And you see the wooden members in front of the steel beam. That's wood framing members that are actually holding up the parapet wall that sits above that beam. So that's in front of it, approximately 3 inches in front of it. Someone said something about Two Frogs. It's not apples to apples. Two Frogs I-beam is set in maybe 3/4 of an inch max and has an 8-foot overhang. It's not the same thing. This thing was covered up completely. It's recessed in. It has a framing wall holding up the brick above it. Without it, it would fail. So let me press on. I got a few things here I want to cover. So when we talk about altering the alcoves, there's a double door there. There was actually 2 double doors and 2 single doors. On my conditions, it didn't insinuate whether I could put 2 or 1. It just said don't alter them. So it shows a picture of an old alcove with a double door. And next to it, it shows what we did with the alcove. It's a single door, but there's glass panels on either side. So it's essentially the same. It wasn't altered in dimensions. I should just press on. I'm listening to things and I'm like thinking.
Take your time, sir.
Yes, sir. So, like I was saying, the owner wanted to, get the fixed transom glass above the storefront. The existing storefronts were all different, hodgepodge together. 2 had alcoves, 2 did not. 2 were at a 90-degree angle. 1 had aluminum. There was some with just T111 that was rotten and falling down. That particular picture there, you could push that untempered glass out just by leaning on it hard, without a doubt. It was unsafe. So anyway, I think the historical significance on some of that had already gone away. That's in my opinion. It vanished a long time ago. So we provided the product approval codes and specs that we'd used on the front of the building to do backdrafts and twisted orange. It was all the same specifications. We had a rendering that showed 90 degrees, but in the March 2023 meeting, one of the members wanted to keep the alcoves. So we did. We had to change our drawing when we, applied for our permit. A lot of things were mentioned that night about different conditions. They talked about the banding up on the top of the parapet. And that's, that's an important thing. I should go back on that. Yeah, there were a lot of things. There was like, they had the alcoves. One gentleman really was pushing for that. One of the board members mentioned the steel I-beam. I remember she referred something to Caroline, and Caroline said, well, we're here for the storefront. And the city attorney, not present, the one present now, said, oh, you could make that an attachment, leaving the beam exposed. At that point, we didn't know what we could do. It was all covered up and we're just going through the process. Something else was said about the stucco bands at the top where it meets the roof. So what I got in my letter was restore the cornice, maintain the alcoves, and obtain a permit within 3 years. And that's what I did. I went, I had to, like I said, I had to do a different rendering to show that the alcoves were staying. We went back to work on the project. We had our glass contractor come out and measure for the alcoves. And the cornice on the top, the banding on the top is exactly the way we found it. I measured it myself personally. And, I was like, I'm in accordance with everything. At some time near the end of the project, I think Pat McNeese called me and said, you have not restored the cornice as per one of our conditions. And I said, no, I did it exactly the way it was, you know? The stucco bands that protrude off the face of the wall near the roof line, they're identical to what we had before. Pat explained to me that they're talking about the metal cornice. And I was like, metal cornice? And I'm not following you. She said, you know, it was confusing me. It threw me off. You know, my definition of cornice is anything that protrudes from the exterior of a building, like a crown or a dental molding or a ledge, something like that. Not something that's receded in 3 inches. So it was, in my mind, I thought I was doing everything right. The beam, I still feel there's no way you could leave that. I mean, if you were some engineer maybe could design something to make that work, but it's just a leaking sieve when it's recessed in like that. It just couldn't be removed. It's supporting, like I said before, the brick parapet above. That picture's misleading, is what it is. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. Anyway, on the 3rd of June, 2024, we came here to address the issue about the beam, is what I thought. And then there was numerous other things brought up. I don't know. I think, you know, folks making decisions on preserving, you know, historical design is a good thing. You know, but I do believe you have to draw the line when it becomes structural integrity, you know, is compromised, or the engineering, you know, has to be altered on the building. I keep coming back to my 3 conditions. You know, I think, you know, it just, when I look at the conditions, it's a cornice, you know, I didn't think that we were referring to the metal beam. I later found out, like I said, that, yeah, there's something else too. Somebody on that board had actually visited the job site. I was out of town. She visited the job site. She stated that she had overheard a conversation of my employees. And they had said something like derogatory about the steel I-beam, when actually, in fact, she was having a conversation with one of my employees and a business owner. I didn't know at the time, I couldn't speak of it because I didn't know what was said or who said what. But I assume that's why Pat reached out to me right after that to let us know that we had apparently done something wrong. I just think it was, an unfortunate misunderstanding. And some of those other points that were brought up, they were brought up the last time. And I was like, oh my God. Yeah, I talked about the single door over the double door. Some had double, some had singles. There was something about the pressures. Okay, I know what it was. The spacing on the vertical mullions. They have to do with design pressure. When they design something that's impact, they figure that out. You know, that's like beyond us, beyond me. As far as those placement, because you can see like what you're looking at there, they can't just leave it. You know, the impact resistant glass has it's just design pressures as far as where their mullions are going to be placed. Oh, I know there was something else said about the signs on the facade. The signs were placed on the city, and after we redid the stucco, we simply replaced the signs back in their original spot. We didn't know that we shouldn't do that. We just assumed we should. I spoke about 2 frogs. I think that's about all I got. I feel like I'm rambling now, so thank you for hearing me. If there's any
Hold on one
questions.
second,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Larson. We're going to have questions from the commissioners for you, sir.
and Commissioner Eisner will be going first. Thank you. I have to tell you, it's beautiful. There's no doubt about it. But again, I have to share with you that that's not what I'm here for.
Yeah, you made
Yeah,
that clear.
I know, believe me. So I want to go backwards from, because I wrote down some of the comments that you've made.
Sure.
So I want to explain certain things to you. You made a comment about another board member that walked by, but we're here judging you and the project to hear, not for what the other judgment was said. So I don't consider that. I just wanted you to know that.
Oh.
I don't care what was said. That is in that meeting.
Right.
We have to discuss in quasi judicial what's in this meeting. You said something about drawing the line somewhere, and you just can't draw the line. I think that you were meaning it as like, you were left with these problems or projects, and you just had to draw the line somewhere.
Well,
Did you want to explain that?
it's like, when I think about the steel beam, which is what they're calling the cornice,
Right.
you gotta, I'm a construction guy, I don't know all the rules and regulations about, different boards. But I understand when something's holding something up and when it's attached to something. And if you just go and remove it so that for the sake of, so we can see the beam, anything's possible. You throw enough money at something, anything's possible. But the way that is, that would have to be a whole re-engineered building right there, the whole facade. Because something has to hold the brick up that's attached to the roof. So that's the respect I meant it in, not that, I know anything's possible. It's just, in my case, when I opened that up and I saw that, I'm like, well, and like I said, I didn't think it was an issue. Cornice to me means something different than that.
So, were you done? I'm sorry.
I think I'm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my comeback to that is I'm a retired contractor myself.
That's cool.
And when I find something that is not in the working plans, or I have to deal with a historical area, I have to always stop the job and get somebody in to approve, and you then have the right to explain to them, you could this, you can't do that, you could this, and they have to decide to give you the go-ahead. When you take it upon yourself to do the go-ahead, you wind up in this.
Here's the thing.
Okay,
I didn't think I was doing anything wrong.
I know that.
Does everyone understand the definition of cornice? Because if someone can correct me on that, I've been doing this my whole life.
Right.
Something that's recessed in a building is not called cornice.
Well, if it was just that cornice, I'd understand.
On
but-
my letter, it was three things.
Right.
It was cornice, alcoves, get a permit in 3 years. These other things,
Well, you had here, you were not supposed to use reflective glass. Were you aware of that?
the product approval codes, I'm not the one sitting back, approving things. The front of the building has the same stuff. That's not my job. It honestly isn't. I couldn't,
Whose job would that be?
well, I would imagine it would be, the architect, the building, examiner who's looking at the product approval codes.
You also mentioned the wood was failing on the bricks. You said that the wood was holding up the bricks.
The
and it
wood
was-
the wood members
Right.
are. Yes, sir.
So why would you not bring them back in to show them that before you did something?
No, if I cut that wood out in front of and expose that beam, there
Right.
wouldn't be anything supporting the bricks
But why didn't you bring that up to them?
because it was a non-issue to me. That to me is not cornice. I didn't think twice about it. I didn't. I just thought, well, it's
know,
not
I'm-
possible and
Yeah. I'm not, believe me, I'm not trying to be anything more than, I can't hear somebody say, well, I didn't think that was something to me. It has to be something to you. You're
Well,
working. Go ahead, I'll
Let me
you
explain
talk.
something. If that was, if it was clearly indicated on that approval certification, then I would have. You know, it's like I would have had to stop the the wagon from rolling and say, hey, we're going to have to do something about this, because just like if I decided not to put the alcoves in, I mean, you know what I mean? Or say there was some reason I couldn't put the alcoves back the way they were, you know, that's, to me, would have been different.
So after this, I will ask the staff if
Yes.
these were the only three criteria, because in here,
That's what I got.
I understand, but in here, there was a lot more than that.
I saw that.
Okay, but you're portraying it to us that this was all you received.
That is exactly what I received.
But there's more than that. And when you're doing
Apparently so.
contracting, you have to go by all the things, not the three things you know. I'm asking questions and making sure you understand why we're here. Because my questions just everywhere says, why did you not contact Caroline or the permit department and say, hey, this is what I'm up against. I have no way to figure this out except to go here, there, or whatever you were deciding to do, and just get the stamp of approval rather than take it upon yourself to do it. And then we're at this point where you have now a finished product, and we have to decide what we do with this finished product. That's why the HPV said, denial. And I'm not proud to do a denial, but
I got my own opinion on why they, disapprove that.
again, but that's not for what's here. For what's here is
I think it's relevant, though.
I'm not judging you on that. I'm judging your job
Just said
on
that
this.
you were, though. I thought you just said you were.
No, I said that you had to bring it up to staff when there was a change. I am not discussing what went on in the last meeting. That would be illegal for me to discuss what went on in the last meeting. I'm talking to you.
Okay.
I'm asking you questions that are regarding what's going on here.
Yes.
I mean, there were 8 criterias that you missed.
I don't believe so.
Well, but
I can only go by the ones I had. Yeah.
I don't know how to value when you say, I don't believe so. If I ask Caroline, she says she does believe so. You say
Right.
you don't believe so.
She pointed that out on June, in our meeting. And I felt like, oh my God, I'm being attacked here. What is this? All I have is this, And I
I'm
thought I
not
did
trying to
everything-
attack you, I'm just asking questions.
No, I'm talking back to the previous meeting.
Okay.
I was like, do I need an attorney? The way I felt like when that was first displayed to me, I thought, I'm just trying to do the best I can. I mean, you give,
I don't know what to say. I haven't been convinced on any of these things that I've asked. And
well, you made a point about the beams, and I should have stopped and asked somebody what's going on, or what should I do?
yeah, a beam
that's-
is an important thing, you know that.
Yeah, it's a structural beam.
Right.
It's holding up the parapet wall and sitting on top of structural columns, and you can't just move them around.
But
You
in
can't
the
move them out
backup,
to make them look like cornice.
let me just ask this question because
Me.
I don't want to argue with you. I really don't. But I want to ask this question. In the backup, there was a discussion about having the beam, whether it was going to be exposed, whether it was not going to be exposed. And there was all sorts of backup that if you were going to expose it, you would have had to sandblast it, which would have closed up the whole street. Let me finish my point. And so there were decisions to be made that was over your pay scale to decide. And what I'm saying is, if I walk into a job and there's now, I pick up carpet and there's an asbestos floor, I can't take it upon myself to say, oh, it's an asbestos floor, I'm gonna just pick it up. I have to now deal with that. So you decided that when you opened this up and there was lead paint on this beam, you decided, whatever you decided, to close it all up without getting Caroline and everybody else in line. That's all I'm saying. That has nothing to do with the meeting.
To the lead paint. That's not my area of expertise. I have no clue about that stuff, to be honest with you. But the building happens to be owned by a bridge painter, and that's what they do. And they have people that are certified that know more stuff about that than I do, and that's what they inform me on.
I don't know how to nicely say this, but what you just said to me was,
Please keep your comments low.
what you just said to me was, that's not in your wheelhouse, and you decided to do something that
No.
was not in, you just said that to me.
No, what I said is there was a letter attached to my statement
Right.
written by another individual who has qualifications to speak on that.
Did he decide what to do?
No, he was just stating something, to the city on why this happened. Because like I said, when Pat said, hey, we're not talking about that cornice, we're talking about the steel I-beam. I'm like, oh, well, you can't.
I would say wrap up our comments and
Yeah.
questions on both sides,
Well-
please. That way we can go to the next commission.
What, the only thing I could say is, if I opened some up that had lead paint on it, and you did say it's not in your wheelhouse, it's not your expertise, I would have then, at least at minimum, got Caroline involved, gotten the HPV involved, or called in this expert to decide what to do. That's all.
That's what I did. I got the opinion from an expert on, as far as the lead paint is concerned.
Who was the expert?
Someone that works for Nikki Avalos.
And the expert turned in the
That
the
part of the
report
letter.
to Caroline?
That part of the letter, he stated.
I appreciate, your comments. I don't want to argue with you.
I don't want to argue with
I know,
you either.
I know. I just do not, I don't do this way, but I understand you did. I understand. But I'll let it go to the next one.
Please, Commissioner Kulianis.
Renee, can you go to, whoever wants to operate it, go to slide 10.
Not sure which one I'm looking for.
Keep going. Go on. Up, up. No, the one that has the elevation presented with March 2023. Right there, okay. So was that what was presented to the city? That's what it was going to look like?
Is it okay if we deviate from the procedure, because you're interviewing
City
the,
Attorney, please advise.
I'm sorry.
It is my understanding the
Okay,
commissioner was
well,
using.
I'll ask the contractor. Is that what you presented to the city that you were going to do?
On the 23rd, on the March meeting, yes.
Right.
But not to actually get the permit because the board's members wanted the alcoves just to remain. So I had to do a different rendering.
Okay, do you have that rendering?
Uh,
So what was the
I
difference between this picture here and what
Well,
you had presented to be approved?
It reflected the alcoves, how they were.
So the doors were set back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but the fronts, they were double doors?
Well, one was a single door and one was a double door.
Well, there's 4 double doors up there.
Well, yeah, in this rendering there is. Okay, but are you asking me what was actually there? Or what
Can I ask the city attorney, can we deviate? Can I ask? How can we?
If the applicant is finished with his presentation and you want to ask questions of the staff to clarify something, then sure. Keep in mind that what you're doing here today is a record that, the next step if they wanted to appeal would be to Circuit Court Appellate Division.
Okay.
And so everything is
No,
kind of
I understand.
the record
We
for
want
that.
to do everything right. So, well, let me just stay with the contractor then. So you're saying that this rendering here, the doors set back, 3 of them had double doors and 1 had single door.
I believe 2 of them had double doors and 2 of them had single doors.
Okay.
Originally.
And
And
if you look at this, was the, other than the recess, the two single doors, were the bricks, the brick columns, were they spread like that, separating each unit?
yes, sir.
Okay.
They actually had stucco on them, but we removed that.
All right, so now if I go to 2 slides down, well, let's go to either 2 or 3 slides down. Okay, let's go one more down. Okay, so there, the columns, the brick columns are not separating each unit. There's actually 2 brick columns in between the 2 units. So there's 2 brick columns on each side of the doors, which is again different than the original rendering. Are there any double doors on any of these?
They're all single doors.
They're all single doors,
Yes,
but
sir.
you presented 2 double doors, and you said 2 single doors.
What was there was 2 double doors and 2 single doors.
But is that what you presented in your rendering to have it approved? Did you submit 2 double doors?
I believe they were single doors, is what I submitted. When we redid the artist rendering. And the other thing too is.
Okay, well, let me ask a question.
Well, okay.
Let me just stick with the questions. So I would assume that the rendering that you submitted that was approved by staff met the historical criteria. Now, you've made some, obviously some changes to this. Again, the bricks on both sides of the door versus the bricks only separating the units. Now we have we have a misunderstanding about 2 double doors and 2 single doors, or again, we have no double doors. You've admitted that you were supposed to have them recessed. You didn't have them recessed. I've got to go along with what Commissioner Eisner is saying. If you thought there was some structural reason why you couldn't recess them, you had to put them out.
What are you
Couldn't
talking
you
about, the doors?
Did you check with our engineers or our building department?
What are you talking about as far as recessed?
Well,
The doors?
I'm going back to what you were saying. Again, going back to the original rendering. The doors had to be recessed back.
No, the doors are, the alcoves remain the same. I didn't alter them. Okay? When I was talking about recessed was the I-beam was recessed.
If I go down
Okay.
one more, can you go, can somebody,
Which direction, I'm sorry?
go 2 down,
This way?
that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
to me, that's recessed right there.
Yes.
It's not flush with the sidewalk.
That's correct.
Okay. And were you supposed to keep it recessed?
And I did, yes.
You
There's
did?
2 of them that are, yes. We can drive out there and look at them.
You maintain them recessed. So
Yes, sir.
I'm going to wait till we're finished, and then I'm going to rendezvous back with staff. So I'm done for now.
Commissioner DiDonato?
I would rather wait until we talk to staff again too.
Okay, sir, Mr. Larson, I'm looking at this application, and you brought up this certificate of approval with these 3 conditions. And but yet staff has these other conditions that were brought in the backup. So I'm just trying to understand, were the staff conditions brought to you after you had received this document?
Yes. I received that when I obtained the permit to do the storefront. I didn't hear about all this until June 24, 2024.
Can I ask you, when this came about, these findings, was it staff that found them, or wouldn't they have been in some type of blueprint or records for the city?
If you're asking my opinion, I think it had something to do with one of the members coming out and observing the project and felt we were doing something wrong. That's what I think. I don't know what else it would be.
And that's when you were talking about earlier, you wanted to share your opinion, just,
Yeah. Something along with the bricks too. The bricks were, they were uncovered once we took some of the old storefront off, some of the columns that weren't revealed to us because it was covered with T111. And, once we removed all that, we're not going to take a column out. If it's there, it's there. So it appears like, other than my rendering, you have a couple extra columns, but I didn't simply see the point in removing something that was structural. So that's why it looks like there's more brick maybe than in the picture.
so the way this building has been set up with the stucco in the windows, there's a creation with the stucco with the extra windows up top.
Yeah.
Sir, give an estimate, a serious estimate. Somehow this board, I don't know what direction they're, says, we want you to remove it all and replace. Well, what type of cost is that?
I don't really, to elaborate a little bit more on that, like as far as so that we could do what? Like what, do you mean to remove the building?
Well, there's a couple options or directions that this commission could go, and potentially they may be even asking to make some changes, and that's why
I
I'm
see.
looking at it to see what type of cost would that be. I mean, they look pretty significant with the way the building's structured now and moving forward.
I think we'd need a structural engineer to help us with that. I mean, I couldn't just spitball that.
And you'd mentioned the other building, the other two businesses that face Tarpon Avenue that are connected.
The Backdrafts and Twisted Orange are all in the same building, and they have the same storefront, like it's across the street as well.
Okay. Did you get a chance to look at that Cohatch building as well? Just the storefront of it and,
No, I don't think so.
okay. And so, again, is there, with these drawings and these, blueprints that I believe the city may have for quite some time, did they find these findings after it had all been exposed? With like the cornice and some other things?
I can't really speak to that. It's like, I provided them with the product approval codes that we used for the storefront out front. They approved it. And the requirements that I recall was that, on my letter was that I had to leave the alcoves and leave the cornice the way it was. And that's in fact what I did.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have no no other comments or questions right now. And
Yes, so procedurally, if the appellant is done with his presentation, you're done with asking questions, and you'd want to open it up for the public hearing for public comment. And then at that point,
we'll ask Ms. Vincent to accept the.
right, and then at that point, then you can start, and during your deliberation, you can ask anybody any question that you want. Like you can ask staff questions, you could ask the
Perfect.
appellant questions.
Perfect.
But probably, if you're finished, we can go ahead and take public comment.
Sir, would you like to say anything else?
I think I'm finished.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, you will.
Yes. Well, now we're going to go to public comments. So if anybody who's been sworn in would like to speak on the issue, please come forward, state your name and address, and you'll be given 4 minutes to speak.
Bring the microphone to
Sorry, guys. Good evening. My name is Nomiki Vavlis. I am the owner and I'm also the applicant of our subject here tonight. I am the owner of 101, 105 Tarpon Avenue and also Hibiscus Street. I bought the building in 2008. The building did not look like what it is today. Everything was covered. Everything just didn't look right. Everything was falling apart. I totally understand. I am a partner with the Historic Preservation Board by buying these buildings, by having these buildings. And I do understand that everything has to stay strong and doable, especially when you're serving to the public. As you know, Tarpon Springs has many historic sites and buildings. And a lot of the buildings today, they may look okay outside, but inside they're not. They're all falling apart. I'm not going to talk about them. I'm going to talk about my buildings. I took it upon myself to present the building stronger, to be able to serve our community. 101 and 105 was remodeled before Hibiscus. The board approved it. They knew I was the owner of the building. I also mentioned that I wanted to bring that same look that's in the front around on the side. We talked about the glass. We talked about the code, bringing the glass and the building up to code. The front of the building was just as bad as the back, as the side building. Every time we would have rain and storms, I would say the last maybe 6-7 years have been crazy storms that we never had before in Tarpon. The building wouldn't leak from the roof. It would leak from the side, from the storefronts, from the stucco. All the doors were ready to fall. Pushing the glass, just touching the glass would make the whole wall fall. By the way it was, I was still continuing to rent the buildings out to commercial tenants, which it was not very safe. And every time they would do something to their building inside, I would have the problems with the outside of the building. When 101 and 105 got renovated, everything was going, I came to the position where now it was the time for Hibiscus Street. Hibiscus Street, again, stucco was falling, walls were falling, glass was as thin as it was. I couldn't understand how a big storm would still have this building standing. I couldn't get insurance for it. It wasn't up to code for anyone to insure the building. So I just had to take the losses or whenever. And at the same time, being in the business for a while, because we own bridge painting companies, I just didn't feel that it was fair for me to rent to people and earn the monies that I would have earned as the rate that it's going today. I just felt that I have to earn what I give them. And these buildings were not strong enough to collect what the top rate is today. Plus, the most beautiful street in Tarpon Springs is Hibiscus Street. When I purchased it, it was not with the beam. We exposed the beam after we decided
Mrs.
to...
Pavlas, I need to give you just 10 more seconds to wrap up your
I'm sorry.
comments.
What I wanted to say is that when I first got the building did not have a beam did not have bricks, did not have anything. After we started removing the stucco, which was like not even an inch of a layer on it, it caused all the problems from the building. Then we noticed that the building had the bricks and the beam. We stopped the construction. I called everyone and anyone, guys, look what we have, look what we found. It's a gem, it's a jewel. Help me to support it. Nobody cared. Nobody even tried to come by and see it.
Ma'am, I have to stop you at this
Okay.
point.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on this item? Please.
Hi, Nancy Larson, 20 Reed Street, Tarpon Springs. I just wanted to make clear that, first of all, this rendering here is not correct. That is a picture overlaid on another picture. That beam actually is above the glass fixed windows right now. And the beam, we had two separate permits, the permit for the replacing the stucco and the separate permit for the doors. So when we were pulling apart the stucco, I think what Mr. Eisner didn't understand, and thank you for your comments, but when we opened it up, we saw the beam, but he didn't know at the time that that's what they were talking about because he thought it was cornice that they were talking about, which he kept in place. So he covered up the beam. And after that, the beam was already covered up and wasn't an issue because it was structural and he wasn't going to move it. So he covered the beam up, and then they came back and said, hey, you weren't allowed to cover the beam. So we said, well, maybe we'll get some more cornice and stick it in the stucco and make it look good. But they said no, and they just denied the whole application. So this picture is incorrect. It doesn't show what it should show. And also on the product approval codes, the other issues with the glass and that, the reason that you provide a product approval code to the city is so that they can look at the installation instructions, they can see exactly what you're putting in there, including the glass. And we provided those and they approved them, and that's what he built. And so it was all really just a big misunderstanding, and I'm sorry it happened, but it did. And to fix it, I'm sure it would be probably over $50,000 just to get the structural engineer out there. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Anita Pros, 901 Bayshore Drive. Mayor Kulyana, this proves a point that I've been talking about. Our building department, our engineers, and the city has to take a good look at historic preservation. We need to be educated in this city. We need to ask St. Augustine, Savannah, Charleston, what they do with their buildings, the old buildings. Beach communities, historical ones throughout the state of Florida that get flooded and have the rains. Things are changing. But it proves to me tonight what I've been thinking all these years. Since we did the historic district and got it approved, we need to start educating our building inspectors, because I remember at one point, and I think Mr. LaCourse can remember this, the Ferguson building, when they took out all the old windows and the old time glass that you can't get anymore. And I came up here, he said, I didn't even know we had a historic preservation board. He worked for the city. He's no longer here. We need education on this board, the city, and the whole community so we can save what we've got. It's sad what's happened here. I remember Stephen's Ice Cream Shop in the building next to the alley. I remember the Cuban sandwich shop that was next to that. And the other building, when you went through, the two doors opened them up, was a seamstress. And years ago, that's what those businesses were. And it's changing, but we must educate ourselves. I don't know these people, but I have to say something about this gentleman. The older homes on Reed Street, in the fruit section that he has worked on, he has stayed within the historic preservation on them. And I thank you. They look beautiful. They're a credit to the community. But tonight, whatever happened, And I don't blame our building department, but our inspectors have to be educated and go out there all the time on these historic buildings so we don't ruin them. And whatever you do, you got to look at the Ferguson building, what's going on uptown. They've taken advantage of us on a historic building, and it doesn't match what's on Main Street. So think about it.
Are there any other public comments? IT, are there any Zoom comments?
Online has a comment on this item. Please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in. And we do have a raised hand. I'll allow the first person in. If you can unmute and state your name and address for the record.
Nicholas Tavis, 1427 Mears. Just a quick comment. It sounds like there is a bit of a misunderstanding here. I do think, though, that when you do purchase historic buildings, that it does take a little bit more responsibility to know the nuances and the requirements. With regard to that, I do think that there is some responsibility, but it sounds like there's been a lot of misunderstanding. It sounds like maybe there's been people in the city that have caused confusion. So I think that just all in all, I think that though we can find an amicable resolution here to where obviously we're not going to ask somebody to rip down and, especially somebody that's fixing up an area and putting money into our city and lifelong, residents. We don't want to make them have to spend $50,000, but at the same time, we do also want to deter, further deviations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Eisner, your light was on for.
Yes.
If I could, 1 second, just procedurally, I think you close the public hearing at this point, and then you would allow for staff to have a little time for rebuttal. I think there were some issues that they had, and then at that point, I think then you all can ask anybody any questions you want.
The public hearing has been closed, and now staff will come up for any rebuttals.
So just a few things I want to hit on. You were asking, is this all that you received, which was the 1-page letter? Well, that's referring to an entire packet of information that was submitted, and there were product approval sheets and things in there. They did have double doors. I think the one thing that we've discovered most recently is I don't think there was any way to have caught the whole reflective glass issue. It wasn't in the product approvals, and we didn't, it wasn't specifically stated out, but it doesn't comport with a couple of different things. The storefront, let me go back. The rendering, okay, so this was provided by the applicant. This was what went to the board in March. And, the I-beam is shown here. And there was a lot of discussion by the board at that point in time. And the thing that they landed on was to preserve some historical element in this. And they made the condition of approval of the cornice. And I want to go, what was talked about, and it was pointed out in the presentation, and it's been pointed out in these Sanborns of the metal cornice. It's called out. There's a metal cornice. It was there. It would have been exposed. So I have no doubt that there are probably issues with what, especially after the fact now, of what would get them completely into compliance with that approval. And that's where I think, a middle ground is probably appropriate. These were approved with, they altered this for 2 recessed alcoves, and maintaining basically the architectural style and dimensions. That is of issue. They had chosen to use hurricane glass that probably does require structurally some different dimensions of the, I'm not an architect, of the framing and stuff. I talked with the building official today. I said, can it be done how this was approved? And the answer was yes. Obviously, there's a price tag, and I think that's information that we don't have. So, just because, the mullions, that were discussed, those were indicated in the elevations, not as indicated in the elevations or the product sheets, what was actually built. So, but the product sheets were submitted, the detail was there, it's in the backup. And so, I mean, just because some of the character has already been lost by the previous alterations that had taken place, it's not just you can't really justify destroying the rest of it. So, I'll be candid, I don't know what the absolute answer is here. I think if you watched the replay of the meetings and the discussion that took place, it was apparent that the metal cornice that was being talked about and what that was, it was in both presentations. It's pointed out in the presentation. I understand what they're saying about this being misleading. They were trying to fit this on one slide. Yes, this is a different picture, so it's not really locationally there. It's farther up on the parapet wall. I understand what they're saying there. I just wanted to get that information out there, some of the discussion that I heard. So, thank you.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Vincent's rebuttal?
Yes, I do.
Please, Commissioner
Thank you.
Eisner.
So a comment, when we asked the question of the applicant, there was a couple of different answers. There was one door, there were two doors. There was one door, there were two doors. I didn't really get a clear-cut response whether there were one or two. What was presented to the HPB board was because I saw it was two doors on each one. Is that correct? I mean, I see Caroline shaking her head up and down, so I'm
Yes.
presuming that was two doors
Yes.
on each.
Yes,
So we don't have that.
we do not.
I'm not, I watch a lot of the Planning and Zoning Board, I watch the APV, and I'm not using what I've seen to make my decision on this. But I've watched a situation where a particular house needed a roof. And they wanted this person to put a 5-year roof that was made to literally fall apart. And they didn't want to use a metal roof, even though nobody could see it. And it stuck with it, and that's just how it works. What the part of this that sort of bothers me is that to not set precedents. You can't set precedents that I'm going to be asked to do A, B, C, and then when nobody's looking, and I'm not saying that's what happened, we do A, B, C, D, E, and we go, well, look, it's done already. So in my opinion, this should go back to the Code Violation Board to decide what they feel. Maybe it's a financial punishment. I don't know. I know what it's like to have to tear this apart and to redo it. But you just can't give a gold star to somebody who just decided to do whatever they wanted and, and just claim that it's. So my question, I don't think you're asking us to decide on that. Just you're asking us to decide on whether we approve or disapprove this.
No.
All right, so the code actually, I'll just read exactly what it says. At a public hearing, the board may affirm, modify, or reverse the decision of the Heritage Preservation Board. So what's before you right now is a resolution that was written in the affirmative, that basically that you would be affirming the appeal and reversing the HPB. But what you can do is you can take the resolution that we read into the record, and you can, because there's some findings in there that staff went ahead and wrote up. And if you feel like there's something in the middle where there's possibly some historic merit that can be preserved, you could do it that way too. So you have that ability to basically overturn, grant the appeal, but put conditions in it that, so it's not an all or nothing proposition, in other words.
Well, I honestly don't know what conditions I could put on.
I think that's going to have to be some suggestion from staff.
Something that I do want to make sure people understand. So as they talked through, I mean, so I think this was like the one remaining original, close to original door and storefront. The others had been changed historically through time. The remaining architectural elements that that would be significant, would be the brick, the metal cornice, the parapet and things like that. There's some other pictures floating around that you could see the entire, when all the brick was exposed, you would get a better idea. All of that is underneath what's been done, the remaining historical elements. So they're there, they're entombed, if you want to use a word like that. It could be restored in the future if somebody decides they want to alter this building or spend the money to do it. So I do want to make sure that you understand that. I don't know if it helps you reach a decision, but they didn't tear the stuff out. They just went over top of it. So there is an opportunity in the future, if this is approved as it is and you let this go, that it probably will lose its historical significance. And so that's a ding on the city and the National Register. But it could be restored back, I would say probably enough to where you may be able to regain that historical significance. I just think that is kind of that. I don't know if that helps you in making a decision or not, but I think it's something for consideration.
So I remember prior to Cohatch coming into play, there was, and I don't remember what it was beforehand, and they removed the windows in the upper deck and they replaced it with plexiglass. And they came before whatever board it was and they said, well, we did that because we didn't want people to fall out and kill themselves onto the street of Tarpon Avenue. Okay, but it had no mullion in between. So one of the solving things that I remember happened was they fabricated one, they glued it across. It looked exactly like all the others. I can't see anything that they could do to this building to make it look anything like what it was. So that's why on that particular point, and you can't just sit there and say and plead, and I don't mean this, I'm not cursing anybody, but you can't plead stupidity. You can't sit there and say, I didn't know. You have to always come back. And I'm a little bit offended that there are people saying that the staff didn't know, they need to be better trained. You knew, Caroline knew, and everybody knew. It's whether they decided to listen, not that you didn't know. So I will apologize for the comment that you didn't know, because you did. And so did Caroline. That was just a ridiculous thing to throw it back in your lap. And that's where I'm going to defend you. This was all done, not with one criteria that we didn't hit. This was almost all the criteria we didn't hit. So I don't know how to solve it, but I can't support it.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Okay, so Renee, I think you answered most of the questions as far as the doors and what was actually submitted to the city. I'm equally as frustrated from a standpoint of aesthetics. I mean, it looks like a nicely done building. But again, now we have this historic issue. So what do you think would be the minimum adjustments or minimum criteria that you would want to see that would make this as close as possible to meeting some of the historical requirements.
So I'm going to defer to the discussion that the HPB took place, and that metal cornice was specifically talked about to maintain, to have that be maintained in order to not lose and hopefully in order to not lose the historical designation of the building. I am not a historic preservation expert, so I would, if I have to go back and, I think that, and then the storefronts, getting to the double doors, can they alter those? I don't know that at this point, those are all new, even if you make them look like architecturally like what was there before, the dimensions are different. Again, how significant is that? That's all new. So whatever you do there is going to be new. But that cornice, to at least following the discussion of the Historical Preservation Board, was a defining piece of this.
Okay, so how deep behind the stucco is the cornice?
I don't know. That now you're into something that's, I can't answer. And we may be at a point of where there needs to be additional information brought back. I don't know. I don't know how deep that is, but it was clearly, according to the Sanborn maps, it was there, and it was visible. I'll say that it was noted that it was there. And you can see the same thing in Two Frogs. How it got into this configuration that it's in, don't know.
Well, I think that, we obviously we don't have a time machine to go back to before all this work was done. If the cornice was an important issue of the HPB and staff, to maintain some historical integrity of that building, then that would be a criteria for me, that we somehow address getting that cornice back in some form or fashion. I don't know if, like what Commissioner Eisner recommended, even some kind of a facade that even replicated what the cornice was. If in fact you can't go that deep behind the stucco, because you'd have, if you do that, you're going to be going down and under, right? So the cornice would be, you'd have to cut back in the stucco and then expose the cornice. Now the cornice could be behind all the brick as well, which could be, I don't know if that's some kind of a issue or not. But I think it's worth exploring that, at least at minimum, if that was a criteria that was important, that something be maintained. I see enough responsibility on, first of all, I agree with Commissioner Eisner on that the contractor had some responsibility when he was making changes that were different than the plans to have, approach the city before actually physically doing them. But it's done, so I think we need to find something that, I don't want to, this isn't about punishing anybody. This is about maintaining some integrity on this process. So that's something I'd want to, at least, if that was that important to the HPB, it should be important to us as well. So that's all I have to say on that.
Commissioner DiDonato?
I'm concerned with the HPB and losing our designation. That is a concern for me. But I don't think I have the information, and I don't know if the city does, whether or not we would actually lose it. But you do think that building would likely lose it?
I think the individual building would probably, on a resurvey, would lose we can, locally, we can still designate it as contributing so that anything that happens in the future has to come back to the HPB. But on the national, at the national level, it would lose it would most likely lose its
And that would mean-
contributing
and that would mean what
designation.
to our historic?
So I mean, candidly, it may not, we have a big historic district,
Yes, I know.
so.
I'm well aware of that.
Yeah, so, it's right here in the middle, all of these are the various structures. So, I mean, this is the red is the national district. So, if you continue to chip away and, you start getting more buildings that are losing their significance, I mean, we still have a very healthy, inventory of contributing structures in the National Register, but over time, if you continue to lose these, each individual structure, you're chipping away at it.
Well,
Is this the
we don't
tipping
wanna-
point? I don't know.
You're right, that would be precedent setting and it would, in the future, create problems.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to do that. However, I'm also concerned with the businesses that are actually there. No one's discussed that. And maybe it's not germane, but it is if that's your livelihood. And there's just a lot of, it's not a simple issue. And what I would like to suggest, and Attorney Dickman, you need to tell me if I'm wrong, but you said we had 3 alternatives. Well, I'd like to propose a 4th. And that would be simply to give us a little time here to find out what can be done to make it agreeable with the HP board. Or if it will, if the applicant and the construction crew can figure out a way to do that, then it should be done. Now, as far as the black frame and stuff.
The framing.
I would imagine it has to be like that because it's hurricane windows and they're thicker, but I don't know that. But that's another thing we need to find out. So I think there's just information here that I don't have to make the intelligent decision.
So,
right now, it's either approve or deny, and I would have to deny it.
Well,
based on the fact that I don't want to lose our district.
understand, Commissioner. One thing you could do if in fact what you wanted, like, let's hypothetically, was to gather more information on whether the cornice can be retrieved, basically uncovered, and what would that take? We don't have that information here.
Right.
You can table this and continue it to another hearing and ask staff to investigate that with a building official and with the appellant and get that information, because that might be, it seems to me that was, from the testimony that I'm hearing, that the HPB focused a lot on that as a very important architectural feature that kept it in the historic realm. And if in fact that is something that is feasible and not, extraordinarily cost prohibitive, I mean, I think that's information you can get, and you can continue this if you wanted to a future meeting and then have that.
I think in fairness, to make a yay or nay decision, we should have more information. I mean, there's so many ifs that have been brought up tonight. If there's a history of this kind of thing, that's a factor. I would suggest that we table it for 60 days. Is there a problem doing that, Renee?
I don't have a problem doing that at all. We're certainly willing to work with, we can maybe check with our Pinellas County counterparts and see if they have any additional resources that we can call on to help give us guidance. And I don't think there's any harm in tabling it deferring the decision for 60 days to allow, we may have come back with nothing. I'll be candid with you, but at least it's an opportunity to work through another possible solution, so.
I don't want to have to go through all of this again, but I want to be fair at the same time. But I would say point blank that if we can't do that, then I'm going to vote to deny, simply because I want to protect the district. But in fairness to the people who own the property and even more importantly, the people that are earning a living in that building, I would like to give it maybe a little more time to consider that. So I don't know how the rest of you feel, but that's the way I lean.
Commissioner Myers, I'm gonna let you get a couple more comments in, and then I'd like to get my comments and then move towards a decision.
I appreciate you giving us your insight. Would Caroline like to step up to the plate? Because it's not that I have more faith in Caroline than you, Renee. But I know that you deal with this all the time. Is there any way that you think this thing could be refigured, redone, anything that would still remake it back into a historical building?
If you ever ask an engineer that, they will always say yes with enough money.
Okay.
So we could restore it back to looking like it did when it was originally, if we had enough money. Feasibly, I think there are probably alternatives that we need to at least explore and see what it would take to do that.
Okay. Fair answer, because I knew the answer that you'd give me. The other thing that I have is, as we all know, there's Coca-Cola is doing a project down the road from there. And I know that he is dealing with a lot of internal problems, historic stable, and doing things. And what I do not want to do is set a precedent that he looks back at this and says, well, let's just cover this over, let's do this way, that way, and I'll deal with the fight down the road. You know, I watched that happen, and I'm not saying that that's what happened here, but I've watched that happen in permits in my entire life. People doing things and just hoping they don't get caught. And this is not one thing, this is a lot of things. So, you know, for me to evaluate this, it looks like there's so many things that I don't know what it would take to make it back. I don't want to lose that historical aspect of it. That's the start of the end. So I don't want to table it. I'm going to deny it. And that's just how I'm going to be. And if you want to table it, that's up to you.
Commissioner Kulianis?
City Attorney, would it be a table or a deferral?
It'd be a continuance or deferral, however you want to phrase it, but to a date certain. So if
I
you pick,
make a motion
No,
that,
I'm not done talking yet. I haven't got my comments in.
well, then that's where I'm at. I want to defer it for 60 days.
okay, so, but that's not a motion. I think what the Vice Mayor is indicating is that he hasn't had his opportunity to comment on the.
No, I
substance of this.
acknowledge that the Vice Mayor should have his time, so but that's where I'm at.
All right, please, if we could have Ms. Langford or Ms. Vincent. I want to go back to this Florida master site file, this old picture of 1990 and this black and white photo. This cornice that we keep talking about, how come we can't see it from right here?
That's because in the 1980s, the brick was stuccoed over. So it is underneath the stucco.
So, okay, so that's an interesting point you brought up right there. And while it's been covered, but yet we have this HPB board and we have our, you know, they look over everything. What you're indicating is that once the district was established and we have the HPB board and once it was all established, how the buildings aren't considered their original forms, correct?
If they are in their original form, then yes. But in this case, no, it was not. It was not in its original form when it was first designated as contributing to the district.
Okay, and so I want to bring up two different items. There's two different nearby properties. One is obviously the Cohatch, and Commissioner Iser had stated a few conditions to it as well, but the storefront, the metal, is it metal framing, I believe, for the windows? Is there a canopy put up yet? Or the actual extension of the building because of the floor area ratio that's allowed in the downtown district? I mean, are those all similar materials dating back to the original inception of that building?
No, actually, that is an addition to the original property, which has been clearly differentiated from historic materials, which is okay under the Secretary's guidelines.
So they're different materials, but we use materials that we can't really find that date back to that time to help construct or improve this historical building in Cohatch, for example. Correct, ma'am?
So I think a lot of the historic materials that we use in the city of Tarpon Springs are masonry and wood, which are readily available.
Okay, so the cinder blocks and all that don't take effect to, like, you know, how we expanded the Cohatch building or approved the expansion of it?
It would actually be more correct when you're making an addition to a historic building to differentiate and make sure that it is obvious that that is not part of the historic building. It's separate from that.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that, because drove past it, I saw the back end of the building. Tell you the truth, it doesn't look like what I thought was presented to us. You know, it's a lot more modern on the back of that building and so forth. And so I want to bring that up with that building. I also want to bring up, it is 229 East Lemon Street. I believe they have some golf cart rentals there, and there's a real estate office in that area. It's right by the corner of Ring and Lemon Street. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about, Miss Vincent?
Somewhat, yes.
Isn't that building in the historical section of downtown?
I believe it is.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I do see that that building had some windows in there. I don't know if they're original windows, but they also had some like that modern canopy aluminum style that's like rectangles going above the storefronts and the walkways leading into it.
I'm looking at the map right now. I'm not exactly sure which one of these buildings are. This is Lemon Street right here. This is
Where would be Ring be?
Ring is right here. It's in the district. There are these two structures are, this one's non-contributing, non-historic. This one's contributing altered. So if it's one of these two structures, they were already severely compromised. That without going back and digging up a file on that, I don't want to have conjecture about what happened there.
Okay, I only mention that as we talk about precedent, and each situation in our community is different. The Preservation Heritage Board, I understand their hard work and how they look at things, but I do think there needs to be some better communication or guidelines and understanding planning as well as old structures and what's ever recorded into our city. But, can you see why I would have an issue looking at this master site file? There's no cornice that's readily available, but yet they did the work to uncover it, got it exposed, and now that whole piece has to be restored. I find it hard because I wonder if, for example, if every piece inside Cohatch was restored to its original intent, when there's been a lot of work done in there. And so I'm not trying to set precedent in this community. I want to be able for us to move forward, accept that there are some issues we need to address as a community. And I'd also like to ask City Attorney at this time, is there a way we can set a condition for them to pay a fine of whatever amount within a certain amount of time and move this forward?
That was something that I was actually thinking about, and I'm not 100% sure, maybe the city manager needs to help me with that, but it's my understanding that when you have to get after the fact building permits, you pay triple fees, right? I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think that when you pull after the fact permits, you pay triple. So I don't know if that's, I mean, here, I know they have permits, they're probably finalized, but they didn't, the reason they're here is because they didn't follow, in addition to the building code, the Florida Building Code, they didn't follow what was required by the HPB. So maybe that's the route you go through the building official, but I don't know. I'm not a Florida building.
I don't think so, but I don't think we use that route, but I'm not positive, so I wouldn't see the mechanism in that route what we do and just fine them through there. But that's something I'd have to look at.
Yeah, so as far as like any other fines are imposed through the Code Enforcement Board, and that's how that's done. You could potentially affirm, let's think about this, affirm the, or not affirm, but approve the appeal so that they go forward, but also refer it to the Code Enforcement Board for evaluation of some kind of fine. But when they render a fine, they have to ultimately file a lien against the property.
But typically you would have a code enforcement action and then you start a fine and then the fine ends when the thing is in compliance. And so,
That's right, yeah.
yeah, so I don't see how we get there that way.
I was actually thinking along those same lines, because like in the environmental world, sometimes you could pay into an environmental fund or into wetland banks or something like that, because the problem has already occurred and it's difficult to go back. It's hard to unring the bell, as they say.
Okay, well, the way I see it, I'm not here to ask them to remove everything, stop their, all the businesses up front. There's an awesome business that's just recently moved there, and we need to try to make sure we don't detour anything. I mean, I see these windows, I see what we're looking at. It's not me going against the planning and zoning department, because I have the utmost respect for you all. It's not going against the Heritage Preservation Board, but even Commissioner Eisner and I remember this one, so that's why I want to bring it to you. When we had the fruit bowl, there was a roof, and the roof needed to be replaced, and they wanted to put the metal shingles on, but they were told they have to go back to whatever the original form. You and I agreed to the metal roof, which went against that Heritage Preservation Board or that historic perspective for a couple different reasons. And, I don't see that as being a factor. Now, if they want to lose out on the historical perspective of their building, that's on them. And the way we got our town set up, we obviously need to come up with a way to bring the situation more to light, but I don't like that, there's no beam showing there, and then this beam is produced and we want to go back to its original form. There's some buildings in downtown, we didn't go back to their original forms, like Cohat, and the HPB board approved that. So there's a lot of, I asked to be consistent with some of these boards, and so I'm hoping we can deny the approval of the HPB board. That way we can let these people move forward, correct, City Attorney?
So the resolution that's before you right now is written in the affirmative, meaning that you approve their application, which is reversing the decision of the HPB. That's correct, right? That's how.
I'm sorry, I was reading something I wasn't.
The resolution that was prepared.
Is prepared in the affirmative.
In the affirmative, that you would be voting, if you vote yes for this resolution, then essentially you're overturning the decision of the HPV.
Okay, and you know, I'm also gonna mention that file with the two pictures merged together, I sort of didn't like it myself because I felt like there's a lot of different ways to get pictures in and show the full context of it all. And so, I wish we could have done a better job with that, but I don't want to nitpick this business owner. When we talk about the heritage preservation and all that, I mean, the building looks sharp. It looks sharp the way it looks. And if aluminum was used to create some of the windows instead of some of the old, you know, wood structures, I guess, to me, that's not going to destroy Tarpon Springs. It's not. It's really not. And so there's another building or there's another open spot at the end that potentially could be rented out here in the near future. And so I would like to approve their appeal, move this forward without having some detrimental impacts to the businesses around the area and some of that extra construction that's going to need to have, because you're talking about resurfacing this piece, but yet somehow creating the stucco pattern behind it to have it elevated up front. So it looks weird. I mean, basically, those windows are going to have to get removed too, or you're just going to, I'm not sure how it looks the way it's all separated as of right now. So it's not that I'm going against the HPV board. It's not that I'm going against our city staff. I have the utmost respect for them, but I want to move this forward. I'd like for this to get approved, and that way this business owner, any potential tenants can move in and get business prospering here in Tarpon Springs. And so that's where I'm at with this. I don't want it to go back to these other boards to review. We have the ultimate power on it. We do. And so if I could issue them a fine of $5,000 and paid within a year, I would do that. That would be my goal. But I'm not sure what our resources are with it. And it looks like we can't do something like that. And so if I can please get the support of this board to approve this application and move forward, that's where we're at, unless you all want to bring it back in 60 days, in which I think we've heard everything. And I know where we're at now with this. So those are my comments. Now I'll go back to Commissioner Eisner, Commissioner DiDonato. And I'm sorry this took some time, but this is it's a difficult item. And so we need to respect it in our town and a lot of the organizations and boards that are part of it all. And so, Commissioner Eisner.
You have a good memory. I just want to clarify your memory, though. The decision that we made at the time was because there were 4 or 5 other metal roofs on that particular block that were done.
Okay.
That's why we did it. That was reason 1. Reason 2, you don't want to mess with my memory. The other thing was, it was advantageous for them to put a metal roof on there because at the time that they had these roofs, they were easily damaged in a hurricane. So it was a combination of reasons why I went ahead and said that they should have this metal roof. And I used an example at the time was because when these houses were built in the fruit section, they didn't have air conditioning. Does that mean you don't put air conditioning in now because we have it? So that was my analogy to them. When metal roofs came out and they were better suited for protection of the home, that's why I went for that. It had nothing to do with this. This is a completely different analogy.
Okay.
I'm also agree with you that I don't want to tear this place apart. I think it looks beautiful. The parts that bother me is that we lose the historical, and that can't be replenished unless somebody else comes in and changes it back the way it is. I can't approve somebody just deciding to take it upon themselves to do contracting work and not clearing it with somebody. And I also, if there was a financial penalty that could be put on this so that we could move forward, so that to deter other contractors from saying, well, they got away with it. And those are the sticklers that I have. It's, believe me when I tell you, I think what you built was gorgeous. I really do. I love what the street looks like. It's just, yeah, and believe me, I heard everything that you said. I'm there all the time. I love the way it looks. It doesn't fit into the Tarpon historical end of it. I read in the Facebook all the time, people just drive around our neighborhoods, around Spring Street, because they look at the houses and they look at the heritage of this town. That's why I moved here.
Into the building.
Miss Vivlas, you can't talk right now, unfortunately.
Believe me, I understand what you did and why you did it. People do things and I just sit there and sometimes go, oh my God, if you wanted to do something really nice, you had to do it in a place that's allowed to do that. This was not allowed. And that's where I have the issue. I just don't have an answer for what penalty we could put on this to satisfy others from not wanting to do it.
Okay.
So otherwise, I have to go with no.
Ms. Vincent, did you want to say something? Then we're going to go back to Commissioner Giordano.
I want to throw this out for consideration. So in the resolution, there's a section of findings. No matter what we do, I do want to amend one of the, if we go a certain direction, I want to amend one of the findings. But I think if we put a condition on this resolution that says the structure shall remain a contributing structure in the local historic district, and future renovations may require exposing the original brick facade and metal cornice and other significant architectural elements. Can we, and Mr. Attorney, if we put that as a condition, can we require some sort of a covenant to be refiled so that if that building's sold in the future, something on a title search will pop up that says, there's an issue with this building, and if you're going to do anything to it, you're going to be restoring it back. Frankly, that's a financial penalty.
Yes, so that's something else I was thinking about as well, is that, you leave, because as you said, it's there, what did you say, entombed.
Yeah.
That in the event that in the future, that if somebody does another remodel of the facade, that they
And this resolution will go to the State Historic Preservation Office. We have to provide any changes for certificates every year. So by having that in there, it may give us a little bit of a buffer on, okay, getting dinged because we lost the significance of a structure.
Sounds like a great idea to me. Commissioner Giordano, then I'll go back to Commissioner Kulianis, and if we can please move it forward after that, it'd be great.
Well, I certainly would agree with what you said, Mayor. Because it is a nice looking, refreshed building. My concern remains that if one tries it, two tries it, three tries it, then we lose the whole thing. That's what worries me. But if what you're saying is conditioned, but it's still, somebody drives by and says, well, that building's got like that.
But we've got it documented at this point. And so I think, and if we update the third finding, that the construction activities conducted at the National Register Historic District and local historic district contributing structure may be reversed in the future and are therefore found consistent with the standards for review. I just want to get that in there, that they didn't tear it apart and rebuild it. They covered it up, is basically what I'm trying to document. And I think that will help us if we get into a bind with the state for some reason, in the future about this particular structure.
Okay, is that a motion you can help
So,
put together?
yeah,
City Attorney?
let me just clarify. So we're talking about section 1 findings, the third finding, you want it to essentially read that the construction activities
They may be reversed in the future and therefore are found consistent with basically we're just saying, we're adding that into that whole clause there. I can give you the direct language, but that's what we're intending to do.
Oh, okay, and then you
And then
want another section that says.
Would be conditions of approval.
as a condition of approval that this will remain a,
Structure shall remain a contributing structure in the local historic district, and future renovations may require exposing the original brick facade and metal cornice and other significant architectural elements remaining.
okay.
Now, does that mean that they eventually will have to change it?
Only if they want to do something to the building. Basically, it's going to stay just like this, and any future renovations, somebody's going to have to come back and address this issue. Might be them, or it might be a future owner. That's why I wanted to get, also,
Well into the future, and then you still got.
I want to put the, yeah, I want to put the,
So to be clear, that would require going back to the HPB.
Correct.
Like whoever.
correct.
But what if they said, if you don't change it, you're gonna lose it?
Then that's, I mean, that's a risk. I'm hoping that this resolution,
They will go on?
that this will go along and go to the state. So we're documenting that the significant, the brick is still there, the cornice is still there. There's other they're just behind stucco. So, which to, the vice mayor's point, that's what it was in 1990 or whenever this was designated. So, we haven't completely lost it. So I think you can, at least I can't guarantee anything with this, but it's a buffer for us. I would like to see a restrictive, a requirement for a restrictive covenant or something, so that when property's bought and sold, that it might pop up in a title search that this condition exists. I don't know how we do that.
I'm gonna need help with the
Vice
motion.
Mayor?
Yeah, please,
I'll,
Commissioner Williams.
I'll make that motion if, I don't know how to say it though.
Take our time
Can I
and write
just-
it out.
Okay, so say it and then I'm gonna so move it. So
Let me ask one quick question. So I want to make sure, okay, I know you have the power to do this, but I would like to inquire with the appellant if they have any objection to that, because then, if they do object to it, their next step is to appeal to circuit court. But if they're okay with that as a condition of, kind of leaving things the way they are, but the things that they're saying, if they say on the record that they're fine with that and that they'll approve a covenant running with the land, then this whole thing's settled. We don't have to worry about them appealing it in circuit court. Can someone, whoever's speaking on behalf of the applicant, do you mind if we get that?
I don't mind.
Can somebody help her with the microphone, please? I'm sorry, I just want to handle this in this way. So, ma'am, do you understand what we're talking about? So your property would stay the same?
Yes.
Except for, we would record a covenant that would run with the land. It's so that if there's a future buyer or it
Yes.
gets reconstructed, that
Yes.
it would still have to go back to the HPB and restored.
I agree.
Okay, great, thank you.
Question. Quick.
Go ahead, sir.
What happens if this building loses the historic?
I mean, I don't know Commissioner Eisner, but we saw that map. We see the heritage. The people of Tarpon Springs make the heritage and the cultural perspective of this community. And I understand those
Vice Mayor,
buildings.
I think I still have the floor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and again, it's no different than what is there on that screen right now. It's covered. It's covered now, it was covered then. So I'd like to go ahead and you're gonna have to help me.
Right, so the motion will be to approve the resolution, but amending finding 3 so that it indicates that that the construction shall be reversed in the future.
Maybe.
May be reversed in the future. And then we're going to add another condition to this that says that there will be a restrictive covenant running with the land in favor of the city that says essentially it's going to be it'll be historic.
The structure shall remain a contributing structure, or shall remain designated as a contributing structure in the local historic district, and future renovations may require exposing the original brick facade, metal cornice, or other architectural elements remaining.
Right.
So moved. Do I have a second?
I still am not convinced that we aren't creating a precedent and that it's not going to come back and get thrown in our face. I agree. And for that reason, I just can't second that motion. I want to second that motion because I want to make this work. But I also don't want future boards or this board to have to go through all this again because we let it happen once. When you let it happen once, you're subjected to, for that reason, I can't second that motion. Part of me, I'm torn on the issue.
I mean, my comments is, I've seen the HPV board accept, approve one thing and not approve another, and I don't understand some of their positions. So, I mean, we have a good chance to get the situation settled, move forward, let that applicant know they can't even paint a wall or put, change the flooring there if needed without going through this, without coming back up. And so I think it's, as we talked about, that the building as shown, that piece is covered, that cornice, that metal frame or whatever. But I see a lot of inconsistencies with the HPB board on some decisions. That doesn't necessarily mean it's just the way they look at things at times. And so I'd like to move this forward and without causing tens of thousands of dollars, stopping business and running into a spot with this situation. And maybe there's some ordinances or something that we can do to improve this stuff. But, we didn't set any precedent that a precedent we set with Cohatch, all those buildings down there have a floor area ratio of 2.0. That's a precedent we set. That, the way I look at it, that is not going to destroy the history of Tarpon Springs, nor will it I don't think, affect the historical, district as a whole, just those 100, that 100 feet of storefront. So.
Can I make one more comment on my motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Hasn't been seconded, though.
Commissioner DiDonato, I understand what you're saying.
It hasn't been seconded, so you'll need to make another motion.
Well, no, I'm hanging with my original motion. I'm still holding out for a second. I'm holding out for a second. Can I speak on a non-seconded motion? Can I continue to speak?
Hold on a second. I'm passing the gavel
the vice mayor kept speaking. I don't
passing the
understand why I
gavel.
can't speak.
Make your motion.
I thought you can only I thought you have to pass the gavel at the beginning of an item. You can't pass it at the end of an item.
He's gonna have to, if he's trying to second your motion, then I don't think the chair can second your motion.
Okay, but let me just, I want to just clarify something. I understand that this hasn't, for whatever reason, whether the city, wasn't inspecting as quickly as they should have, whether the builder took, the contractor took liberties that he shouldn't have taken, we're here now. I think part of our job is, to look for solutions and compromises that work well for the city. I think that we're not going to be able to, I don't think it's reasonable for us to have them take everything out and rebuild this whole thing. I don't think so. I don't think a penalty solves the problem that you're talking about, Commissioner. But I think the compromise that our planning director came up with really is a brilliant compromise. And it allows for us to maintain integrity into the future. Again, if the cornice was the main issue and it's covered, like it was covered there in 1930 or whatever that picture was made, I think this is a fair motion. I think it's a fair compromise. I think that's part of our job is we also have to worry about commerce and these are businesses that people are going to make a living in to get going and get to be able to do what they need to do. I think what you came up with, Renee, was brilliant. So anyways.
They can request it, yeah.
They don't even know that that's an option.
Oh, yeah. All right, so it was another issue that was brought up, you are a short board here. It's 2-2, so it's going to require 3 votes to approve anything one way or the other. A tie vote fails. So I think it's important to notify the applicant that, if they wanted to, it'd be up to you, but if they wanted to request a continuance until there's a 5th member here so that they would have a better chance. I don't know. Just want to make that clear to
No,
them.
and I appreciate you making that suggestion. All right, Commissioner Eisner, please go ahead.
So I just have to differ with you because my decision is not being made on what the HPB said. It's all on the facts of what we listened to between the staff and the applicant. So, when you say that, that's the only thing I differ with. And I differ with Commissioner Kulianis. We don't have to, we're not here as an appeasing board. We're here as a decision-making board on the criteria. This is quasi-judicial. It's not for us to be making law. It's to abide by the law that's already written. Would I be correct again, Mr. Attorney? This is a quasi-judicial hearing.
It is a quasi-judicial hearing. You're correct about that. Yes.
So the bottom line is we can't be here negotiating. This is not legislative. And that's what we're trying to do is, make it a legislative thing. That's not it. So
I think you certainly have the ability to have conditions. I mentioned that you can modify things. It's not yes or no. There's a modification in there. So I think that the solution that, I'm relying on your experts over here, your professional staff that are saying that's something that they think would be satisfactory to them. But procedurally, I think that's probably the best. If you wanted to go that route, I'm not advocating one thing or the other. I'm just trying to be a facilitator here. And that if you wanted to change that resolution the way that it was suggested, with the applicants already putting on the record that they agree with that, I think you'd be okay with that. You would be legally fine. That being said, there still are there's only 4 of you here, so I don't know how this is going to work out, to be honest.
All right, I'm going to let Commissioner DiDonato talk.
And there really isn't a second on it, so I'm kind of getting worried here that it's been on the table, motion's been on the table for a long time, and it hasn't been seconded, and there's been a lot of discussion about it.
We're going to let Commissioner DiDonato speak one final time. And
Well, just one more time, I'd like to suggest that we defer it simply because I want to be fair. And with more information, I think it becomes a much easier decision, for me anyway, because I want to help in this matter. I told you I'm concerned about the businesses that are there. I'm concerned about the owner and their cost. But yet at the same time, we have a historic district and I want to protect it. So that's why I brought up let's table this or defer it for 60 days and give the applicant a chance to say, okay, here's what we can do. Or maybe the Historic Preservation Board can suggest some things that are doable that they can live with in that 60 days. If that doesn't happen, then I don't think we have a choice anymore. Because it's unfortunate Like, for example, when did the historic district for that area actually got its designation? That area, because I know we had phases.
It was in the 80s, I believe, you know,
80s, okay.
long before I was.
That building then had the same thing covered up then, right?
It did. I'll say that it did.
You know, then I started leaning over to our acting mayor when he's talking about it, you know, right's right and wrong's wrong, but yet at the same time, we've got to protect the district. So I guess I'm asking for you to help me here. And I think the only way we can do that is get a little more information before we just say no, because that's my only other choice. Either I have more information or I say no, and I don't want to do that.
Right, so if you continue it for 60 days, at that point, you probably will have a full commission.
Yeah.
And that'll give time for staff to, and myself also legally, to look at some options. You may actually have a solution that's even better.
Just a note, the closest meeting to that would be November 19th.
That's
The 16th is about 60 days, so your meeting would be the November 19th. So you might want to just say defer to the meeting as closest to 60 days.
No, it's got to be a date certain, or else it's got to be,
Okay,
or else it has to be.
Renoticing is just a postcard. It's not a big deal.
Okay, no big deal. All
So it would
right.
be November 19th would be the closest to 60 days.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to defer,
Continue it.
to continue application 2449 at the November 19th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right,
Before you guys vote, I just want to be clear, where we are in the quasi judicial proceedings is that you're at board deliberation. So you don't need to have open it up for public comment again and all that. You continue where you left off.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, and I just want to say, you know, thank you for the applicants, for staff. I know this was a long situation. I'm hoping we can move forward soon, and whoever that third vote is, you know, some new information will come forward, and we'll go from there.
If we're continuing the hearing, does the fifth person coming on, can they participate?
Well, they're going to have to, let me get into that. Let me
Okay,
get
sorry.
into
I
that.
want to make sure we got this covered.
Well,
fully.
it may be that they can watch the entire proceedings.
Okay.
And
I know this. They can't vote.
Oh,
okay.
Just when you don't have to look.
Should we
up.
make it
I
real
know
clear
that.
too, what we're asking? We're asking for what they can do to make it work, basically.
Right, I think
So I want to make sure they understand what we're looking for, if they may not even be agreeable to that, I don't know. Just trying to find something to work.
I mean, if it's denied, they always have the option to reapply to the Heritage Preservation Board with maybe some alternatives. And, you know, in the interim, code enforcement action can take place. So now, until they find a resolution of some kind that the board can, and they may get it appealed right back here again, but at least, now, okay, you've got a fine going that is some sort, you know, I'm just, yeah.
Inventive.
guys, I understand the situation, but we defer it. They're gonna start getting code enforcement. They're gonna get fines, you know, however much they're gonna be. They're gonna end up coming to us, and you know, at some point, whether they're gonna have to correct it or not.
Why wouldn't the code enforcement action be stayed while they're under appeal?
I think they would, yeah.
We haven't acted, I don't see how
Yeah,
that.
I think that.
Maybe not.
I think any punitive code enforcement actions would be stayed, I would think.
As long as they've got an active application that they're trying to pursue.
Yeah, they timely filed their appeal here to
Yeah.
you, and, you know,
Yeah.
so.
I was hoping we could get this figured out tonight. It's unfortunate because with the covenants, with everything that you even agreed upon, you're pretty much restricted to that property and not being able to do nothing else was whatever you have. So I'm frustrated we couldn't get past that. And so right now we have this motion. It's a second on the floor for November 19th. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato,
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas.
Yes.
This is why a lot of cities have direct appeal to court instead of to the second one.
We've tried that a lot of times, and it hasn't worked in all these years.
Yeah.
Vice
You
Mayor.
all in an awkward situation.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir. Yes, we're going to take a 10-minute break. The meeting will go into recess until 10:10 PM.
Are you asking anything of us?
Meeting is out of recess and back in session at 10:10 PM. We are now going to item 23, ordinance 2024-03, repealing the city's comprehensive plan in its entirety and adopting the 2040 comprehensive plan, including all elements, the future land use map and map series, future land use categories, and rules tables and definitions. Application 24-36 legislative. Second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to read the ordinance into the record. An ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, repealing the city's comprehensive plan in its entirety and adopting the 2045 comprehensive plan, including all elements, the future land use map and map series, future land use categories and rules and table, the definitions, providing for supplemental reference documents not intended for adoption, including 2023 data and analysis, implementation work plan, sustainability crosswalk, and community engagement summary report, maintaining the repealed comprehensive plan as a legacy reference document, providing for another modification that may arise from review of this ordinance at the public hearing, providing for corrections of Scrivener's errors, providing for transmittal to the state land planning agency and reviewing agencies in accordance with the requirements of law, providing for severability and providing for effective date. So this is, you're correct, a legislative item. This is an adoption hearing under your state statutes. That if you approve this and go forward after staff talks to you about it, it needs to be transmitted to the state within 10 days. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vincent will be giving the presentation, Planning and Zoning Director.
Thank you. I hope that you received the email that I sent earlier today, so you've gotten a little bit of an advanced look, and I do apologize that there were some changes thrown at you at this late date. We got a little bit blindsided on Friday of last week with the formal report from the state that identified one additional concern or objection that needed to be addressed. We've since discussed the solution with the agency, and we have a viable set of changes here. So I'll just quickly run through. The Florida Department of Equal Opportunity requested changes. The planning horizon extended to 2045 so that we had a full 20-year planning horizon. So that changed the title. The data analysis has been updated to reflect that, and at the end of the day, there's really no significant impacts to our original conclusions or outcomes. They requested that the 5-year capital improvements schedule be adopted with the plan, so that has been added as a supplemental document to the capital improvements element. This next slide provides the detail on the objection that we only learned about on Friday. Essentially, there was a new statute that went into effect July 1st of 2024, so really nobody knows about this yet, that does require us to address in our data and analysis septic to sewer conversions in this 10-year planning horizon. So within the actual staff report, there's an attachment that provides the additional data and analysis that will be added to the data and analysis document, and then two new policies, or one new policy, 1.5.3 will be added and 1.5.2 will be amended. And so I'll just read those into the record. Policy U, which is utilities, element 1.5.2 will be amended to read as follows. Continue to evaluate funding options for implementation of septic to sewer projects outlined in the feasibility study for extended sewer service within the service area of Tarpon Springs, herein adopted by reference. By September 26th, they update the study to document completed projects and reevaluate the feasibility of extending sewer service to areas with more than one septic system per acre. And then we have a new policy, utilities 1.5.3, that reads, continue in the comprehensive plan and land development code to require new development and redevelopment, including site plans, subdivisions, conditional uses, and changes in use to connect to the city's wastewater service as required by and pursuant to the terms of the capital improvements element of this plan. So we will add those to the document if you approve this tonight. We've already discussed this again with FDEP, and this was the guidance that we received from them. So we have their direction to address this. The other changes are some Scrivener's errors, one mapping error that was corrected, The other agencies did not have any comments. And so ordinance 2024-03 has been amended to reflect the reviewing agency comments and those required changes. So with that, I'll stop and answer questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Vincent from the commission? All right, this is the second reading. Chair will entertain a motion to, excuse me, are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments on this item?
And we do have a raised hand, and we will let them in at this time.
Please.
Please unmute and you can begin speaking.
Good evening, Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue. I just wanted to reiterate a little some of what I said at the last meeting with regards to this. On your definitions under 23.5, if you go to page 11, where it talks about preservation use and recreation open space, recreation open space allows a lot more activity than preservation. And I'm going to reiterate that open space should be with preservation, and preservation should have some additions as far as trails, observation decks, observation towers, and maybe rest areas. So that's part of when you preserve land, it's important to people to be able to get out to it. That's the problem with that 64 acres off of Carlton and just north of the West Classroom Preserve area. It's preserved, but no one can go out and actually enjoy it. And again, just a reminder where it says recreation open space, it says uses providing recreation facilities, sporting facilities, such as park, public recreation facility, public beach water access, public private golf course, or clubhouse. And then under definition for recreation facility, it says offering amusement, recreation, etc., such as outdoor swimming pools, skateboard parks, arenas, schools of dance, gymnastics, martial arts, or athletic courts, skating rinks, batting cages, or other similar activities and establishments. So if you really want to protect open space, you need to separate it from recreation. Recreation is its own category, and open space should go with preservation and look at expanding some of the uses that could be done within preservation open space itself. Hopefully on the next revision, we can maybe get that done. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Renee and Allie and Pat and everybody who's worked on this. I know you've put a lot of effort into it, so greatly appreciate what you brought forward. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Back to the commission for a motion.
So moved.
Don't we have to, doesn't the chair have to say the motion at least, or?
The motion to approve the resolution.
Yeah, motion to approve ordinance 2024-03.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. There's no further discussion. Roll call, please.
I just want to add that the legal advertisement requirements were met and the public hearing was called by virtue of the ordinance being published by title only in the Tampa Bay Times on June 2nd, 2024 and September 4th, 2024. Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. We're now on to item 24, that's resolution 2024-37, authorizing increases in the golf course fees.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, authorizing increases in the golf course fees and providing for an effective date hereof.
Thank you. And we will be having Mr. Howard with the golf course, as well as Mr. Kiger, Public Services Director.
Thank you very much. Thomas Kiger, Public Services Director, and we'll try and keep this relatively quick. We are proposing today a resolution updating some of the rates and policies for golf course, for the City Municipal Golf Course. It's been 2 years since we brought this back. We've been continuing to evaluate our, course conditions, play, try and set the course up for a good financial future, and also continue to evaluate our, long-term costs and things like that. And the goals overall for this effort were to, A, ensure the long-term financial stability of the golf course and allow it to self-fund its future capital improvements. And also, we did have a pretty heavy focus on maintaining affordability. So although this is a, every 2 years update on the rates, we did have some elements in there focusing on availability that we want to run by you. One thing that we did want to put out there early is that, unfortunately, nothing gets cheaper really in life nowadays, but Tarpon Springs has continued to have a very good value for golf. We've had a really good couple of years. We're averaging over 65,000 rounds. And I do want to really acknowledge Howard Hunt, our golf course manager, for the exceptional job he's done. We've had the 3 best years on record. And you have to make hay while the sun shines. So we're taking this as an opportunity. We're having a golf boom, and we're out of debt for the first time in a long time. And this is an opportunity for us to continue to ensure the financial health of the course long-term, maybe as, we get through a few more golf cycles up and down, and also to reinvest in the course. So here we've got a quick rate comparison for you, showing these proposed summer rates compared to nearby golf courses. And you can see here, we've got the morning, midday, afternoon, twilight rates. And you can see that even after we have these updates, Tarpon Springs is going to continue to have some of the lowest rack rates in the area, including comparisons to nearby municipal courses like Mangrove Bay, which is owned by St. Pete, Rocky Point, which is owned by the Tampa Sports Authority, which is essentially City of Tampa course, and Chichi Rodriguez, which is managed by a foundation, but owned by the City of Clearwater. And then you've also got some of the private courses there. So this is going to continue to be very good value and provide opportunities for affordable golf. Here's a quick summary of some of the rate updates from current. We are simplifying things a little bit, but we also had a few things that we want to highlight, particularly for the public, to focus on affordability. So we're going to be holding the juniors rate steady. So we'll be one of the few places you can get 18 holes as a junior to take your kids for only $17. We're increasing the City of Tarpon Springs resident discount from $3 to $4. And we're also implementing a new league weekday rate for afternoons for 18 holes to provide additional opportunities for affordable league rates for community groups. And just going back to the affordability thing, in addition, there's always rates, but this isn't all-inclusive of what we do to make golf available to the public and to our residents. You can see here, there's a wide variety of policies that a course can implement to help maintain affordability for the public, like having a resident discount or a juniors rate or a 9-hole rate, an early bird rate. And many courses are going away from this, and some are going to winter rates year round lately with the big golf boom. But we're going to continue to maintain these, and you can see that we're one of the few courses in the area, even compared to other municipal courses like Chi-Chi's and Mangrove Bay and Rocky Point, that have this variety of ways to help maintain affordable golf. So what does this mean? We are going, even though we're having to go up a little bit, we are going to continue to be one of the best values in golf. So let's say you want to take your daughter golfing this Saturday, for example, like I might like to do. If you want to go out there and you want the premium time on a Saturday morning, it's going to be $65. You can get a tee time with one junior, the city discount if you're a resident, and a cart. $65, you're paying just over $30 a round all in for 2 people. Twilight rate, if you want something more affordable and you've got a little bit of flexibility in your schedule, you can get out there with a twilight tee time and one junior for $41, almost $20 a round, which is very good value, which, you compare that to some of the other courses for equivalents, and we're still very equivalent. You might occasionally find a deal out there, but that might be a little cheaper, but we're going to continue to be consistently one of the most accessible golf courses around, and even comparing it a little bit cheaper than going to the movies nowadays. And again, this is really an opportunity to reinvest in success. This has been a really great 3-year run for the course. We've been reinvesting, and we're taking the profits that the course is generating and putting them back into the course. We want to continue to maintain its long-term health and also stay up to speed with other courses. Many other courses are putting in new greens, putting in new tee boxes, reinvesting in facilities. because they have a little bit extra revenue from the post-COVID golf boom. And we need to continue to maintain pace if we want to have a good, sustainable course long-term. So we've completed the tee box renovations in August 2024. You can see there's tee box 11. You can see what it looked like in the middle of the winter. And that's from just a few weeks ago after they put down all the new sod and laser leveled and expanded the tee boxes. And this will also help to ensure the revenues are in place long-term to support, hopefully, the new clubhouse, which we budgeted design work for this year coming up. And with that, I would entertain any questions.
Okay, first, we're going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments?
And there are no raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Back to the commission for any questions for staff. Commissioner Eisner? Commissioner Kulianis?
Just two quick ones. So the rate increases maintain pace with our whatever cost increases we anticipate, right?
Yes, the purpose of the rates, we looked at that. It's really threefold, right? One, we're making money right now at 65,000 rounds, but we need to make sure that if we want to protect the financial health, not just of the course, but of the city, that we have rates in place that we can continue to make sure that we're not losing money and that we're making good margins if we have a little bit of drop off in play, which might be expected sometime over the next 10 years. Right. We're also putting aside the money to deal with increases in operational costs, minimum wages going up. The cart rentals were just renewed for another 5-year lease that went up a little bit, and we're anticipating an increase in the course management.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
All right. And then the next thing is, and I think you demonstrated it, that this increase, you don't anticipate it deterring any rounds of play, right?
No.
Okay, that's it. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Yeah, my only comments is, you know how much I support the golf course. I thank Mr. Havard for all the work he's done and improving it over these last few years. I haven't even golfed there in over 2 years, it feels like. And so those rates, and there's another thing that the residents of Tarpon Springs will receive a discount if they're a resident and they get the whatever the regular rate is reduced by a little bit, and they can actually stay under $50. And golf's expensive, so we understand that. We got a great course. And I'm hoping to see a clubhouse and maybe a liquor license in the future. So with that said, the chair will entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2024-337, authorizing increases in the golf course fees.
So moved.
So moved.
Is there any further discussion? I see Commissioner Kulianis.
No, I'm sorry.
I'll
second.
All right.
I'll second.
If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. We are now going back to special consent agenda item 17, which is internal audit of public services, utilities division, reverse osmosis water treatment plant, report number 8-2024. And we have Mr. Poulos, our internal auditor.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Excuse me here 1 second. I'll be real brief so we can all get out of here tonight. There wasn't really any major findings. I put on the agenda rather audit number 08 2024 audit of the reverse osmosis water treatment plant, part of the utilities department. The reason I chose the RO plan of all the sub-departments in the utility department was because of the cost of the RO plan. It was the largest project the city was ever involved in. It was a $45 million project. Also, it's arguably the most important thing the city does is produce water. And it's a highly regulated industry. So taking all that into account, I decided to look at that, and the other parts of utilities will be audited, down the road as over time. You can't look at the entire utilities department all in one shot. So with that being said, I'll just go over the two findings. I looked at blanket purchase orders from financial perspective. And I'll read the finding to you. The plan does not have written policies or procedures in place to manage blanket purchase orders, although it does have well-established practices in place that appear to be working well, which is true. They have a really good process for handling blanket purchase orders or BPOs. Usually, that's something I always look at because those are high risk. BPOs are high risk for errors if too many people are expensing against them, or if they're not being monitored, you run the risk of going over. But they have a good process in place. There was just no policy just wasn't codified, and they've already worked on that, so that's kind of moot now. The second finding. This one's a little more complicated. The RO plant does not have an agreement with Pinellas County to provide potable water through the legacy system, which is not consistent to what is stated in the emergency response plan and other documents. The EPA requires all public utilities to have what they call an emergency response plan, and in the city's plan, and you don't have to have a backup water source, but the city says, well, our backup water source in case of emergency is Pinellas County. Now, you all might remember the city used to purchase water from Pinellas County through Tampa Bay Water, but then we built the plant about 10 years ago. The problem is we have the city maintains the RO plant maintains the interconnects with Pinellas County. So yes, we can physically access the water. The problem is we don't have an agreement to access that water. So it's been done, informally. And in the RO department's defense, I called around to some other municipalities that are in the same situation where they used to use Pinellas County, but now they have their own RO plant, specifically Dunedin and Oldsmar, and they're kind of in this similar situation. They use Pinellas County as their backup, but they do it informally as well. But I know the city's been working with the county to shore this up and come up with an agreement. And Pinellas County as well is meeting with all the municipalities. And like I said, it's been done informally throughout the county. This is more of a newer phenomena. 30 years ago, there were no RO plants. Everyone was buying water from Pinellas County. So now you have municipalities that have built RO plants, but still using the county as a backup. So I know from what I've been told, the county is going around and they're shoring this up and they're gonna have more formal agreements. So other than that, though, there's only two findings. I'll follow back up with this one. The first one, like I said, is already moot because they've already cured that finding. Other than that, overall, very well run department. I have to say, it's one of the most regulated departments I've looked at because you have the usual suspects, the EPA, the federal, state, and local agencies overseeing all public utilities. So you have the EPA, FDEP, and SWIFMUD, and I couldn't find any non-compliance issues at all. And they're subject to checklist audits. They have to provide water samples continuously. There's a lot that they have to do. And they were not one consent order or anything negative over the almost 10 years that the RO plant's been in existence. Also, I do want to say, in my career, as an internal auditor, you always get to see kind of behind the scenes and see how the sausage is made. And I've gotten to do a lot of cool things like that over my career. And I have to say, the RO plant here is one of the nicest facilities I think I've ever been in. I mean, it is just well laid out. It's clean as you can imagine. I mean, you can almost eat off the floors, and the people working there are really, really serious about water and about doing a good job. So it was a breath of fresh air. It really was. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that because they were really transparent, really hardworking folks. I really enjoyed working with them. So that's kind of the in a nutshell. And there's other observations, positive things, but I won't go into them tonight unless you have some specific questions you'd like me to answer.
Are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments?
And there are no raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Back to the commission for any questions or comments for Mr. Poulos. Commissioner Kulianis.
Mr. Poulos, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for your thorough audit. I think you answered one of my questions is how was staff to work with? And you said they were
Yeah, very transparent and very,
cooperative.
yes, yes. I mean, every time we'd have a meeting, we'd set it for an hour, and next thing I know, 3 hours goes by. Yeah, so,
So this is a shining night for our water department, isn't it?
it is, it
Yeah,
is.
I mean,
Yep.
we got the clean water report. Now we got the very clean audit. So I just want to commend everyone in the department, Mr. Kiger, for leading the department, and thank you for your thorough audit.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Mr. Poulos, thank you for the audit. It's clear the findings were, keep our reverse osmosis plant outstanding, in which everything you've mentioned. We got great staff over there. I appreciate this report, and just thank you for what you do. There are no further commissioner comments. The chair will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda item 17, internal audit of public services, utilities division, reverse osmosis water treatment plant, report number 8-2024.
So moved.
There are no further commissioner comments. Roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. Now, agenda item 18, fiscal year 2025 internal audit plan, and we have Mr. Billy Poulos, internal auditor, for the presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just have in front of you the FY25 internal audit plan for approval, which is 3 audits. One's a carryover from this year at the Public Works Sanitation audit, which I'm currently working on now. The next one's Public Services, Golf Course, and Procurement Services. There's one thing I want to note. In FY21 or FY22, I did a citywide risk assessment. It was one of the first things I did when I got here, and that's what kind of feeds the audit plan. I've basically ranked all the departments, and then I've just every year I go down the list. And every time about this time every year, I think, well, should I do another risk assessment? Because risk assessments take a long time to do them properly. They take about as much time as an audit, and I like to do them properly and interview all the directors, board members, everyone I can to get a true sense of where the risks are in the city. So I've been just kind of going down that list, and some audit shops will do one every year, some will do them every 2 years. It all really depends how big the audit shop is and the risk profile of the organization that you work in. And the risk profile here is pretty steady, like in most cities and counties and local and state governments. It really doesn't change too much. So what I wanted to say was, I plan on doing, unless you all want me to do one before then, do a risk assessment every 5 years rather than every 2 or 3 or 4 years. That way, I think the city's getting more bang for their buck. I think I imagine you'd rather have me doing audits than risk assessments, because, risk assessment at the end of the day, they're nice to have and they're important, but they're still planning documents. So it's either fish or cut bait, and I'd rather fish. So I wanted that to be clear, in case you're wondering why I haven't done another risk assessment. But just so I can focus more on actually doing the audits rather than planning to do an audit.
Sure. We're now going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments?
And there are no raised hands at this time.
Back to the commission for questions for Mr. Poulos. Seeing none, I have a couple comments. I want to thank you, Mr. Poulos. We talked about last year you brought up the the audit plan, and you had all the different departments that were listed in priority. We actually bumped one up, I believe is something I had mentioned, and
Roads
I
and
ju-
streets, yep.
I would think that we still have that list. Keep that as your prioritization and keep assessing or auditing every different department that you have in that list already. And then at some point, we'll have that risk assessment here in the next several years. So
Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing, yep, absolutely.
perfect. So there are no comments. The chair will entertain a motion to approve agenda item 18, fiscal year 2025 internal audit plan.
So moved.
Second.
If there are no further comments or discussion, Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners, good evening.
Thank you. We are going to agenda item 19 now, Public Services Job Descriptions Updates, and we have Mr. Kiger, Public Services Director.
Thank you, Thomas Kiger, Public Services Director. We have one more item for you tonight. We're proposing minor changes to the job descriptions in the certain job descriptions in the Public Services Department, focused around the water conveyance staff. That's the folks that service the water pipes and the sewer pipes out throughout the city. As I mentioned earlier tonight, there's sort of three main challenges facing utilities: infrastructure, emerging regulations, and a sustainable workforce. And that's what this is about, the sustainable workforce. So we've evaluated our job descriptions. We're going to be making some minor changes to licensure and educational requirements. This is largely matching what we've been finding in the field and what we've been successful with recruiting. One thing we are noting is that we're removing references to higher education requirements for the vocational, like skilled labor work for our essential workers in water conveyance. That's been problematic from an internet recruiting standpoint. And we want to make sure that we're creating more opportunities for growth and also targeting folks who might not be college bound, and create some more opportunities for young folks to move into a good career in utilities and skilled labor here in the city. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you. We're now going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments online?
And there are no raised hands at this time.
All right, back to the commission to entertain a motion. The chair will entertain a motion to approve item 19, Public Services Job Description Updates.
So moved.
Second.
There are no further discussion. Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. Item 20 is appointment to firefighters pension board. And so looking at this, we'll go and ask each commissioner who they appoint. If I believe there's two candidates.
Yep.
Commissioner Eisner, who would you consider appointing?
James Bulden.
Okay. Commissioner Kulianis, who would you consider appointing? Yes. Commissioner DiDonato, who would you consider appointing?
Yes, I agree with the staff recommendation.
Okay.
There was no staff recommendation.
Well, I meant.
You mean with what
yeah,
I said?
Yeah, what you said.
Okay, he's agreeing with what I said.
Okay. I'm going to support James Bolden. I did like his pension experience as well as boards being on, and so I'm going to consider him, and it's his only interest, so seems very eager to be part of it. Commissioner Kulianis?
I concur, James Boland.
Okay.
Unanimous.
All right. Then the chair will entertain a motion to appoint James Bolden to fill the vacancy on the Fire Pension Board. This term will expire September 30th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. Item 21 and final agenda item for the regular session meeting tonight is reappointment to Sustainability Committee. And I believe we only have one individual.
Yeah, it's just a renewal.
Yep. So with that said, are there any public comments on this item? Are there any Zoom comments online?
And no raised hands at this time.
Thank you. The chair will make a motion to reappoint Denise Menino to a one-year term. This term would expire September 30th, 2025.
So moved. Second.
Okay, if there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kulyas?
Yes. This now concludes the regular session agenda. We are going to staff and board comments. Staff, Police Chief Young.
No comments, sir.
Okay, City Attorney,
No, sir, no comments.
City Manager,
Nope, see y'all tomorrow night.
City Clerk.
No comments, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Eisner.
Yes, I have something I wanted to say. Again, there was a comment made on the 20th, and I went away on the 21st, so I really didn't have a chance to respond or pull anything. Excuse me. But Commissioner Kulianis had said that there was, get his exact wording, but I think it was comments have consequences. And he made he made it sound like I made a comment and then we got hit with a lawsuit, and we did not. What happened was, because I did pull the records, there was an interrogation made of Billy Poulos at the time, and Billy Poulos got a record request. I got a record request, and the mayor got a record request. So I'm thrilled that he feels it was all my fault, but any record request that comes into this board or into this city is not Mike Eisner's fault. But when you make a comment like that, I also know that there was a situation where we went for a past city manager, and there, the city manager was attacked, and he was attacked by Mr. Kulianis, and we did all get a record request, all of us. And I sent an apology, and my words were this: my apologies for a disturbing night. I got back from John Legge. Dear Commissioner Eisner, thank you for your email and your honesty on the dais. I can't say the same for some of your fellow commissioners. The commissioner to your right, which was Commissioner Kulianis, was not truthful and defamed my character. His characterization of our interview conversation is very different than mine, to the point of outright lies. I've spent the majority of my life in public service, included 21 years in the Navy, over 6 years as a local accounting firm auditing governments, and 8 years at City of Sarasota. Your colleague conveniently left that service out of his 2.6-year calculation. I pride myself on being committed to the Navy principles of honor, courage, and commitment. Integrity is my number one value. Tonight's belittling of my dedicated public service of almost 45 years is truly a low point in an otherwise exemplary career. And it reflects very poorly on your city. Deciding to uproot my family at the point in time and move to Tarpon Springs was not an easy decision, and one that I did not make lightly. I did countless hours of research and due diligence only to be disparaged for wanting to be part of Tarpon Springs community and contribute to the betterment of your beautiful city. The commission opened up the position, invited me into the community to interview, and then proceed to publicly disparage me. We all know that public service is not for the faint of heart, but we do it because we're dedicated public servants. I wish you the best of luck in your future city manager search. So my comment I would like to make is, when a comment is made, you should have some facts behind it that it was something that I said. This here is something that Commissioner Kulianis did say, and we did get a public record request right after that. This is from Michelle Manousis. Please see the request below from Mr. John Leggy. I've requested emails from the city's database this morning, but if you have any items listed that's not been forwarded to the city yet, please send me to my attention. And it was all sent to Mayor Vaticiotis, Vice Mayor Lund, Commissioner Eisner, Commissioner Kulianis, and City Manager LaCouris. So what I would appreciate is when a comment is made or a record request, that I don't get my name pinned to it just because somebody has an opinion that I said something. Here, it was not just an opinion. Here it was a ridicule of a guy who came here, and it should have been answered as, you're just not a fit for Tarpon Springs, end of story. Instead, we all sat here, we all watched it, and what he's accusing me of on the 20th is exactly what he's guilty of. So I just don't appreciate comments that are made loose lips. And I don't want to precipitate this. I don't want to do battle with John. I don't want to do battle with you. I don't want to do battle with anyone. But what I will do is nobody's going to say something that will put words in my mouth that I didn't say. Anything that I say, I back. And I've been here on integrity and honesty, and that's what I'm going to continue. So if he has something that proves what I said caused it, I'm happy to hear it. This proved that what he said caused it. That's the end of my story.
Commissioner Kulianis, comments?
I really wasn't going to talk about this, but, Commissioner Eisner, once again, goes in a direction. So, the attorney fees, you mentioned the attorney fees. The attorney fees, were given to me straight by Mr. Herring. My question to him is, how much have we spent on attorney fees or to law firms in the fiscal year? I didn't ask about litigation. I talked about attorney fees, and he gave me those numbers. So those were straight from him. The John Leggy thing, if you think that whole situation was well handled, and I differ with you. That whole week was something I don't think we wanted to relive. And as a matter of fact, you at the next, we had a small meeting thereafter, which you were, I guess, your frustration, and you tried to take it out on the city manager by making a motion to take away his cost of living increase. Okay, you did say that that you were told that someone that the former employee, which I'm not going to say his name, the former employee must have paid somebody off to work from home. Who would he have paid off to work from home? The only person he would have paid off to work from home was the city manager. So you besmirched the city manager as well. At the last, shade meeting that we had, we are now going to, we had, after the shade meeting, we had a public portion, which we are now agreeing to have to pay $110,000 in fees and costs. I can tell you that I had nothing to do with the fees and costs because I wasn't even sitting on the board when all this issue came up. It was you. It was you. So now, so that $110,000, whether it gets paid in this fiscal year or next fiscal year, it's you. Okay, so it's just the way it
Speaking about a
goes.
shade meeting now?
I'm not talking about the shade meeting.
Then
I'm
don't
talking about
point
after
fingers.
the meeting, we voted for $110,000. And, okay, you know why we're paying the $110,000. So we're gonna, this whole 2.5 years of you picking and creating these issues, I even said at the last meeting that I didn't think you were a bad person because you were going on your little pity party about, oh, well, you guys don't want me to go, be here, so I may not go back to this committee that you decided that you were going to go back to. Okay, and I said it, and I meant it. And I've always said, I think you're somebody that if I was stuck in Lakeland or something and I called, I think you're one of the kind of guys that would get in the car and come and help somebody. I know you are that way. But when you talk about loose lips, come on, buddy. So I didn't want to go there, but you insisted on going down this memory lane. I think the memories for you are going to be a lot tougher than mine. So, and by the way, I am proud that I've stood up for Mark Licouris. This is, as a matter of fact, this is going to be his last, I guess his last official Board of Commissioner meeting of a regular session, right? Well, regular session. This is his last regular session. And I am proud that I've stood up for him and didn't allow, and with my my partner, Commissioner Kulyas, that we stood up for him when you guys were hell-bent on getting him out to score whatever points you needed to score with whoever you were going to make favor with. But I'm proud to have served with you the time that I have. I always wished I could even serve more with you. It's been my honor. I think you are, when you talk about who puts up with stuff, 2.5 years this guy has put up with a board that has been less than gracious to him, okay? So I am, again, thank you for the time we've spent together. I think you're one of the finest people that I've ever had the opportunity to work with, and you're one of the criticisms of you all along was, oh, he doesn't have a degree in this and he didn't have a degree in that. But you're one of the most professional people I've ever worked with, and it's been my honor. And I will go fight for him again 1,000 times. Okay? There you go. Thank you.
Can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:10 PM just in case?
So move.
Okay, Commissioner DiDonato, please.
All right, I'll second it, but I don't want to.
All right. There's no further comments. Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 We have to do that parking lot.
Yeah. Commissioner DiDonato, do you have any board comments?
I want to come back to him.
Yes, I do. I would echo the statements that Commissioner Kulianis made about our city manager. I think I've had the privilege of knowing him probably longer than anyone up here. I remember when he was running around playing left field for the softball team I played on. I have a lot of respect for him. He's never been anything but straightforward and honest to me. If he thought I was making a decision and he didn't think it was right, he would tell me. And he would also tell me if he thought I was doing the right thing. Quite frankly, I respect that just overwhelmingly, and I'm sad to see him go as well. Certainly will fight for your integrity. I don't know very many people that could have kept a smile on their face as long as you have the last couple of years. I commend you, sir, and I thank you for allowing me to serve with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go over first just the Vavla appeal. I was just hoping we could get that put behind us and not have that issue arise again. I know we have to handle the business of the day for the city of Tarpon Springs, and we have precedents that we want to be careful we don't set. I just want to get businesses and business owners and property owners try to get them their things and move forward as a community. But we definitely don't want to destroy the historical perspective of our community. But remember, we the people, we the culture, the heritage is what really make it. As far as happy to see certain traditions come back, like the bonfire for homecoming week. It was a nice magical weekend for them, for the kids, as well as this week is rivalry week versus Eastlake High School. And right now we're undefeated going against them, but they're gonna give a good fight. So the game will be at Eastlake High School. As far as for the appointment for October 1st, I'm hoping this board does consider me to fill out the term until March. I'm hoping that you all can see that I've been able to run the meetings, handle some of the bulk material, and potentially be a ceremonial figure till March. And so we'll just let you guys think about it. We do have a few more weeks. And Ms. Jacobs, do we have any applicants right now for either the mayor or commission seats?
I can't hear you.
As of today at 5 PM, we have 4 applicants that have turned in their applications.
Can you identify them?
Sure. We received, do you want to know for what positions or just?
Both, please, yes.
We received one from former Commissioner Banther
Okay.
for mayor or commissioner. We received an application from former Mayor Chris Alahouzis for mayor position only.
Okay.
We have received an application from Vasilia Komandouris for just commissioner. And I believe the last person's name, I want to say it was Michael Dixon. I can't remember the first name, but just for a commissioner.
Who was the third person you stated?
The third person was a Vasilia Komandouris.
They were a former commissioner?
No.
No.
For the position.
For
The
commissioner,
last two
sorry,
were
sorry.
just for the
Okay.
position of commissioner.
As far as Mayor Alahouzis's issues with being out of, the country, is that stuff been looked at or resolved at all, or
I
opinion?
think we better get a memo to y'all about that probably tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, that's why I knew that would have been a concern.
There
Okay.
is an issue, so.
Okay, so with that said, I'm hoping I do have that consideration from this board. Please consider it. As far as the city manager, Mark and I have known, I had a lot of differences with a lot of people in this community. And, when you're frustrated, you're frustrated. And so, I took it upon myself to try to make my voice heard. But I'm telling you, and Mark can even agree, I don't think we even had one argument since since we started working together.
No, we
There's a
haven't.
mutual respect for one another. It is bittersweet because man does know this town and has been there on certain issues that look out for this community and is there to look out for everyone. So I understand we do have some changes. That the first time that city manager search went around, I don't want to speak on that too much. All I know is I feel a lot more comfortable where we're heading into now with this situation. We got the city manager on board for a few more months. Works in any capacity we need. We have Paul Smith that's going to be around for a few more months after that. Who knows what the future holds, but there are some leadership for the new city manager. We're going to come in and let them do their thing with the agenda items. Hopefully we don't have any too much of crazy policies to help a smooth transition and get the individual in. We do have the October 1st swearing in, and so I don't know what the agenda is going to be like on that meeting, but Mark and I have gotten along very well. I respect him a lot. He knows it. And so it's been a blessing and an honor to serve with him. And it's, I am a testament of people can, you can have perceptions about people and whatnot. And when you get to work with people, man, you really, you can really see things from a different perspective and know that we're all working together for this community. So I thank you, Mr. LaCourse, for everything. And I'm going to let Commissioner Eisner get his final comments in, and then we're going to adjourn the meeting right after because we have the CRA meeting we have to start. Go ahead, sir.
Just in response, the comment that was made about my comment to Mark LaCourse, Mark and I get along very well, and that we had a situation and it was a meaningless 5% increase. It was just a slap on the wrist. It was not a big deal. but I made sure that he knew that he had not told us that he was reading our emails, if you remember. And Mark and I have an agreement that we get along, we see eye to eye on almost everything. And if I have to, I'm still his boss, just like you all are. And if I have to say something, I will be happy to say it. If you don't want to say it, that's your business. As far as you continuously talking about that you're making me guilty for this settlement, just shows me how reckless you are with the words that come out of your mouth.
All right, and there will be no further comments at this point. That concludes our regular session meeting adjourned at 11:05 PM. All right. No, we have the CRA meeting. IT, are you ready? Okay. I now call to order the special session agenda for the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Tarpon Springs on Wednesday, September 17th, 2024 at 11:05 PM. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Vice Chair Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis.
Yes.
Commissioner DiDonato.
Here, yes.
Okay, agenda item 1, approval of parking license agreement with Truist Bank. And we'll have City Manager.
Yes, this is a great bucket list item because we have been working on this for a long time. Karen Lemons, Mr. Salzman, 6 months, maybe 8, a long time working on this agreement. What had happened was there was someone who fell in the lot during an event. The bank got a lawsuit, so they were going to immediately shut off that parking lot from after hours and weekends parking. As all of you know, probably more than the 2 lots we've got, that is the most important lot for our businesses. You know, they walk across for ice cream. You know, it is an important lot. To lose that to either a pave situation, and we have been dealing with a long time with the bank. They've been talking about going to a pay thing into the bank, but we finally got an agreement, and it's a good agreement comparable to what we pay for the other parking lots to secure that lot for the city and insure them for that time for after hours and weekend uses. And we're very happy on this last regular that I'm able to bring that to you because it's been a long, hard battle to get this and not lose this essential lot for the downtown. So bring forward is a consistent agreement with the price. So please approve that, and we'll secure probably it'll be at least go into effect October 1. We still have to secure the insurance if you improve it. So we imagine this is a lease that'll start October 1, 2024 with your approval tonight.
Okay, are there any public comments on this item? IT, are there any Zoom comments online?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to approve agenda item 1, approval of parking license agreement with Truist Bank.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Eisner, you have your light on?
Yes.
Please.
Is this parking agreement for 24/7, 7 days a week, or is this just on First Friday?
After all times, 24/7, not 24/7, there's no overnight parking allowed into the lot.
Right.
But it's for all after hours, besides overnight parking, and all weekends for all events, all days, or to go to Currents, go to the ice cream shop, walk downtown, is all the time, not just for special events.
So you removed my job of sitting there for 8
Yep.
hours in the hot sun. I
I
got you.
took that job from you, yes.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay, if there are no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner DiDonato,
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis.
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kulyas.
Yes, this concludes the special session agenda. We are going to staff comments. Police Chief,
No comments.
City Attorney,
No comment.
City Manager,
No to make the 11:10.
City Clerk,
No comment.
Board comments, Commissioner Eisner, Commissioner Kulianis, Commissioner DiDonato. No comments from myself. That concludes the special session meeting adjourned at 11:09 PM.
Made it before 11:10.
Thank you.